Chapter 4:16. Speaking of which, there were many mystic flames that were unstable. For example, mystic flames had once appeared in the northwest continent and even in the vicinity of Cloud Heaven City. However, this kind of mystic flame was a one-time use item. After it was taken away, it would disappear forever. There was another type of mystic flame whose position was fixed. For example, the million-spirit demonic fire in the Dongli grassland would bloom again after 200 years. And this kind of fixed mystic flame was of a very high grade. At the very least, it was an earth-grade mystic flame. However, the places where these Xian flames were born were all very, very special. The higher grade heaven and earth mystic flame was, of course, even more fixed. For example, the Dongli grassland, where the million-spirit demonic flame was born, had buried hundreds of millions of lives there. In addition, the north side was the edge of the world, and the most bizarre and magical celestial Red Sea, which gave birth to the heaven and earth mystic flame. Another place was a world of ice and snow. Of course, what was in front of him was the demonic territory that spanned tens of thousands of miles. The Devil Domain had the most complicated history, the most bizarre experiences, and the most bizarre environment. Therefore, the birth of a heaven and earth mystic flame was not strange at all. Miss Bing Ling, how many heaven and earth mystic flames are there in this world? Yang Dingtian asked. 9, the ice spirit said. What are the 9 heaven and earth mystic flames? Yang Dingtian asked. Your million-spirit demonic fire is ranked 7th. The ice spirit said, the fire in your body is yang fire. Yes, the yin flame is inside Dongfang Bingling's body. However, is the yin flame also called the million-spirit demon flame? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course, these countless wraiths were also divided into male and female before they died. The ice spirit said, but in general, yang fire is still the main force because most of the people who died in the half-human race's war were males. My million-spirit demonic flame is ranked 7th? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, the ice spirit said. Then what about this demon spirit demon fire that we want to fight for? Yang Dingtian asked, what is its ranking? 4th. Said the ice spirit. Everyone's breathing quickened. The demon spirit demon flame was ranked even higher than the million spirit demon flame. Could it be that it was even stronger than the demon spirit demon fire? Does the demon spirit demonic flame have anything to do with the demonic beasts and demon spirits? Every heaven and earth level Xian flame has a special effect. What is the effect of the demon spirit demonic flame? Yang Dingtian asked. You'll have to find out for yourself, the ice spirit said with a smile. Then what are the other 7 heaven and earth mystic flames? Yang Dingtian asked. There's also the 8th ranked thunderous flame, the ice spirit said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. The 7th ranked thunderous flame had been obtained by Zhu Hongxue. What else? Yang Dingtian asked. There's also the 6th ranked demonic flame of annihilation, the ice spirit said. And? The 5th ranked ice lotus serene flame. This flower should be with the netherworld sect master, Wu Yu. Song Yu had obtained the ice lotus serene flame subsidiary flame. And the 3rd ranked netherworld ghost flame, Bing Ling said. This one is with my great-grandpa. The little princess vulture said. However, he obtained this mystic flame more than 190 years ago, so it's been a long time since it bloomed. That's why great-grandpa said that he had already reserved it for me. Everyone glared at Vulture. We know you're a rich 2nd generation, but you don't have to show off like that. The other 2 rich 2nd generations, Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua, couldn't stand it anymore. That's good. You don't have to fight with Qin Huayu for this mystic flame, Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, the little princess vulture's face turned bitter. She gently slapped her face, blaming herself for showing off too much. The 9th ranked raging flame, the ice spirit said. No one had heard of this flame. The 2nd ranked void splitting flame. Still, no one had heard of it. The first-ranked Chaos Spirit Flame. The Ice Spirit immediately listed all the 9 heaven and earth mystic flames. Chaos Spirit Flame, Void Splitting Flame, Netherworld Ghost Flame, Demon Spirit Demonic Flame, Million Spirit Demonic Flame, Nirvana Demonic Flame, Thunderous Flame, Ice Lotus Serene Flame, and Raging Flame. Among them, the 3rd-ranked Netherworld Ghost Flame, the 5th-ranked Ice Lotus Serene Flame, the 7th-ranked Million Spirit Demonic Flame, and the 8th-ranked Thunderous Flame already had owners. Even if we don't get the Demon Spirit Demonic Flame, it's impossible for others to get it. Yang Dingtian said, "Does it mean that there are only 4 heaven and earth mystic flames left in the world?" "No, there are only 3 left," the Ice Spirit said. "The 6th Nirvana Demonic Flame was taken by someone more than 10 years ago." Then, the Ice Spirit said, "But you can say that there are 4 because the Netherworld Ghost Flame will bloom again in a year." Hearing that there were only 4 heaven and earth mystic flames left, everyone's eyes were filled with yearning. Among the remaining 4 mystic flames, 3 were ranked in the top 3, and 1 was ranked 9th. It could be seen how powerful the top 3 mystic flames were. Then, the little princess said in Vulture, "Among the masters in the world, Dongfang Minmi, Zhu Qingzhu, and Qin Wanqiu don't seem to have a heaven and earth mystic flame." Qin Huayu said, "What's so strange about that? To get a heaven and earth mystic flame, luck is more important than strength. My father has an earth mystic flame. Except for the fact that it doesn't have any special attributes, its attack power is not weak at all." Then, Qin Huayu said to Yang Dingtian, "Actually, I only need 1 mystic flame. I don't care about other flames. It's too extravagant to give me a heaven and earth mystic flame." Yang Dingtian said, "In such a short time, where do you want us to find a mystic flame for you?" At this time, the Ice Spirit said with a smile, "Mr. Yang, you're only talking about other mystic flames. Don't you ask how to get the Demon Spirit Demonic Flame, or how to pass the 5th level of the trial?" Yang Dingtian and the others immediately felt embarrassed. They hadn't even gotten the Demon Spirit Demonic Flame yet, but they were already drooling over other mystic flames. Yang Dingtian stood up and bowed to the Ice Spirit, "Excuse me, please enlighten me. Because our Despair City's secret realm doesn't have a mystic flame as a reward, and we can't transfer the mystic flame into the secret realm. Therefore, we need me to be the guide and send you to the Devil Prison Cave through the space-time crack. Because the Demon Spirit Demonic Flame is at the end of the Devil Prison Cave," the Ice Spirit said. "In other words, the 5th level of the trial isn't in the secret realm?" Yang Dingtian asked. The Ice Spirit nodded. "In other words, our lives will be in great danger at that time?" Yang Dingtian asked. The Ice Spirit nodded again. "What will we encounter in the Devil Prison Cave?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know." The Ice Spirit said, "Because the Devil Prison Cave is nearly 10,000 miles away from us, and it's hundreds of miles underground. Our understanding of the situation there is from a very long time ago. But I can be sure that when we reach the end of the Devil Prison Cave, there will be a demon fire demonic phoenix guarding the mystic flame because it wants to devour the mystic flame. Therefore, if we want to get the mystic flame, we must first eliminate this demon fire demonic phoenix." Demon fire demonic phoenix? Hearing the name, it reminded him of the heaven fire demonic phoenix guarding the earth fire. At that time, the heaven fire demonic phoenix was already tied up and could only breathe fire. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used the fire immunity chilling pearl to go there. Is this demon fire demonic phoenix powerful? How is it compared to the Millennium Owl in the 1st level of the secret realm? Yang Dingtian asked. It's not the same. The Ice Spirit shook her head and said, "Don't try to defeat the demon fire demonic phoenix the same way you defeated the Millennium Owl. The Millennium Owl has a physical body, so your sword can stab into its body and kill it. This demon fire demonic phoenix is 90% composed of flames. Weapons can't kill it, so you can only use energy attacks. Moreover, the Millennium Owl was teleported here from hundreds of thousands of miles away, so it doesn't have a strong will to fight with you. However, This demon fire demonic phoenix will kill any intruders for the demon spirit demonic fire. It won't give you any chance. Then how powerful is this demon fire demonic phoenix? Yang Dingtian asked. It has already swallowed more than 10 mystic flames and cultivated for thousands of years. The ice spirit said lightly, I estimate that one of its breaths can kill you dozens of times from 100 feet away. Or to be more clear, this demonic phoenix's energy should be dozens of times stronger than the Millennium Owl, but it doesn't have its weakness. Suddenly, everyone was suffocating. How could they fight? The Millennium Owl was not strong, but its concentrated lightning had to be aimed. Of course, when it released its ultimate skill, the space was filled with lightning walls. Such an attack was all-pervasive, but the energy was scattered. It was not enough to kill Yang Dingtian more than 100 meters away. This demonic phoenix's breaths were enough to kill Yang Dingtian and his group dozens of times. How could they fight? So, as I said before, don't compare it with the Millennium Owl, the ice spirit said. The Millennium Owl is extremely rare because it's electric type, but it's not necessarily very powerful among demonic beasts. Also, don't compare the demon spirit with this demon fire demonic phoenix. The demon spirit's characteristics are too obvious. It's almost invincible, but as long as you find its weakness, it can be easily killed. Moreover, when a Millennium Demon Spirit encounters the demonic phoenix, its energy shield will explode after 2 or 3 breaths. So, what I want to say is, don't look at demonic beasts with the eyes of humans. The demon spirit is invincible among humans, and its entire body is extremely precious. However, among demonic beasts, especially those with energy bodies, the demon spirit is nothing. Indeed, if there was a team of a few great masters or dozens of great masters, they would rather meet a 1,000-year demon phoenix than a 1,000-year devil spirit. After all, the Millennium Demonic Phoenix couldn't kill them instantly, but the Millennium Demon Spirit could. However, if the Millennium Demon Spirit encountered the Millennium Demonic Phoenix, it would be killed. Then, what's the flaw of this demonic phoenix? Yang Dingtian asked. There's no flaw. Even if there is a flaw, you can only find it yourself, the ice spirit said. But we'll be killed before we can even get close, so this trial becomes meaningless, Yang Dingtian said. So, of course, you can give up, the ice spirit said. In fact, for the past few thousand years, most people have given up on the 5th trial. Then, when the mirage ends, you can leave. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. They could give up, but he couldn't. When the mirage ended, Cloud Sky City would be finished. So, you need someone who's very good at chess, the ice spirit said. This is a very, very difficult chess game. It's almost unsolvable. Among the thousands of possibilities, there's only one way to win, and the rest are all losses. As long as you win against me, I can help you defeat this demonic phoenix. You? Yang Dingtian said in shock. Yes, me. The ice spirit said. I'm a creature that has lived for thousands of years. With my help, destroying that demonic phoenix will be very easy. At least, as long as you're within 1 zhang of me, the demonic phoenix's breath won't be able to kill you. Ah, you're not human, the little princess vulture said sadly. To think that I worship and admire you so much. For a creature that has lived for thousands of years, does it matter if I'm human or not? The ice spirit said gently. Alright, Yang Dingtian, are you here to play chess with me? As long as you win, I can help you pass the 5th trial. If you lose, sorry. I'm only responsible for teleporting you to Devil Prison Cave. This time, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to observe this chess game carefully. Previously, Yang Dingtian had only picked up a chess piece and said perfunctorily. After talking for almost an hour, he still hadn't placed a chess piece. The others were all holding their breaths as they looked at Yang Dingtian. Because they had already seen the game and couldn't understand it at all. After seeing the game clearly, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu were shocked. because this was actually a game of Go. After Yang Dingtian impersonated Shen Lang and invented Go, this game immediately became popular in the northwest Qin city. Soon after, it became popular in the entire northwest mainland. Currently, the number one Go expert was Qin Chichi, and the second was Qin Huayu. As for Yang Dingtian, the inventor, any Tom, Dick, or Harry in the Qin city could defeat Yang Dingtian. Qin Mengli wasn't very good at Go, but she had already lost interest in torturing Yang Dingtian. She didn't want to play with Yang Dingtian anymore. Therefore, if he had known that it was Go, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have sat down and let Qin Huayu play. Unexpectedly, after watching for a while, Qin Huayu's expression became extremely bitter. He looked at Yang Dingtian and shook his head. "Brother, I don't even need to try. I will definitely lose," Qin Huayu said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to observe the game carefully again. Soon, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. When he was on Earth, Yang Dingtian was a terrible chess player. He didn't play much. However, he liked to watch famous Go games and endgame games from ancient and modern times. Of course, studying these Go games wasn't to improve his Go skills. It was to fool people and act cool. He would play a endgame that he would definitely lose and find a girl to play. Then, he would put himself in a dead end and fight to survive, completing an impossible mission. After that, he would make the girl look at him with admiration. This was Yang Dingtian's happiest moment. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many endgame games like this one were in his mind. Yang Dingtian definitely didn't remember what this Go game was called. However, Yang Dingtian knew exactly how to solve it. This endgame game was the most tragic one in Yang Dingtian's memory. It was also the game that Yang Dingtian used to fool girls the most. Therefore, Yang Dingtian quickly placed a piece. Seeing Yang Dingtian place a piece, Bing Ling's expression was calm. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He used a very friendly ridicule to ridicule Yang Dingtian's poor Go skills. He actually played so carelessly. Seeing Yang Dingtian place a piece, Qin Huayu slapped his forehead and said, "It's over." He knew that Yang Dingtian was terrible at Go, but he didn't think it was that bad. This was a move that only someone who didn't know how to play Go would make. However, when Yang Dingtian placed a dozen pieces, Bing Ling's expression changed slightly. Then, he glanced at Yang Dingtian. At the 20th piece, Qin Huayu's expression also changed completely. When Yang Dingtian placed the 35th piece, Qin Huayu cheered. As for Bing Ling, he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. It had been many, many years, and no one had ever won. However, Yang Dingtian actually won by playing so carelessly. After the shock, Bing Ling's beautiful face smiled. He said gently, "Okay, you've conquered me. I'll help you on the 5th level of the trial." Then, Bing Ling got up and walked to the wall of the cave. Suddenly, a stone door opened. It was a long passageway that was bottomless. No one knew where it led to. "Follow me," Bing Ling said. Yang Dingtian and the others followed. In the deep passageway, they followed behind the ice spirit and kept walking. Although they couldn't see their fingers in front of them, Bing Ling's fragrant body emitted a faint glow. After walking for an unknown amount of time and how deep they went, a distorted energy array appeared in front of them. This should be the space-time crack of the Despair City's secret realm. After passing through this space-time crack, they would reach the Demon Domain cave that was thousands of miles away. "Come," Bing Ling said, and then walked through the space-time crack. Everyone saw Bing Ling's graceful body disappear before their eyes. They exchanged glances and then followed her through the space-time crack. When they passed through it, they felt very strange. It was as if they were illuminated by a special kind of light. Their bodies felt a little cold. Then, Yang Dingtian's brain lost all senses for a short time. His mind was completely blank. Of course, Yang Dingtian soon regained his consciousness. But at this time, they were already tens of thousands of miles away in the demon domain cave. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This was the demon domain cave. It was really like the 18 layers of hell. There were blood-red flames everywhere. Countless caves, like a maze. Which path should we take? Qin Huaiyu said, this is just like a maze. Yes, this is a maze. Bing Ling said, of course, you have to decide which path to take. However, I want to say that there are tens of thousands of possibilities here, but there is only one path that leads to the end of the demon domain where the mystic flame was born. Immediately, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian. All along, Yang Dingtian had been the one making the decisions, and he had given the perfect answer every time. But now, Yang Dingtian actually closed his eyes. If we walk casually like this, what will the result be? Qin Huaiyu asked. In a few years, we won't be able to reach the destination, and we won't be able to return. Bing Ling said, otherwise, how could it be the final trial of the Despair City's secret realm? It must be extremely difficult, and no one can pass it. Then in history, has anyone passed the fifth trial? Qin Huaiyu asked. Bing Ling's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes revealed a complicated expression. She nodded and said, there was one person, but it was a matter of a very long time ago. The rest of the people couldn't even pass through this maze. Even after the mirage opened, they couldn't return. Everyone exclaimed. If they were trapped here, what would they do? Yang Dingtian, are we going to continue? Song Chunhua asked. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and said, don't worry, I know how to go through the maze. We can go straight to the end. What a coincidence. Yang Dingtian had just walked through this maze in his mind. It was exactly the same. Chapter 4:17. What's going on? Qin Huaiyu asked in surprise. Previously, in order to kill Mo Ling, I learned the invisibility scroll. In order to improve the level of the invisibility mystical skill, I went through the trial of the mental scroll. That mental scroll happened to be a maze. I had already passed the first and second maze trial a long time ago. So what I went through just now was the third level trial, and the maze inside was exactly the same as the one in front of me. Yang Dingtian said, I really didn't expect such a coincidence. It seems that the person who wrote this mental scroll must have come to this devil prison cave. That should be the case. Everyone cheered. Then, Qin Huaiyu asked, by the way, were there any demonic beasts blocking your way in the maze? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. How many? Qin Huaiyu asked. Many, many. Yang Dingtian said. How powerful? Qin Huaiyu asked. From here to the end of the maze, the correct path is about 3,000 steps. There are 39 forks, and each fork has a demonic beast. Yang Dingtian said, the demonic beast at the first fork is a 5-star martial venerable. The demonic beasts at each fork are stronger than the previous ones. Sometimes they are 1 level higher, sometimes they are 2 levels higher. Immediately, everyone lowered their heads to calculate. In the end, they came to a conclusion. Even if each demonic beast was only 1 level higher than the previous ones, the 26th demonic beast had already broken through to the 9-star martial grandmaster realm. Then, what are the remaining 13 demonic beasts? How do they fight? Immediately, everyone looked at each other. Yang Dingtian looked at Bing Ling and said, we already know the correct path. If it's just me, of course, I can go through invisibility. But there are so many people here, so will you help? Bing Ling smiled and said, of course. Yang Dingtian led the team and officially set off. After walking less than 100 steps, they were faced with 3 forks. The 3 looked exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Let's go to the third one. Be careful of demonic beasts that come down from the wall. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian led the way. Gotcha. Sure enough, a huge rock beast came down from the wall, waving a huge hammer and smashing towards everyone. Its body was only about 4 to 5 meters tall, but when it walked, everyone felt that the ground beneath their feet was shaking. This was a 5-star martial revered rock beast. Yang Dingtian was about to step out and blast it to death with the mystic fire. Don't worry, don't worry. Little Princess Vulture suddenly ran out. Then, she walked in front of the rock beast, stretched out her hand, and closed her beautiful eyes. The rock beast was stunned for a moment. Then, without caring about anything else, it raised its huge hammer and was about to smash the little princess into meat paste. At this time, Vulture's delicate body suddenly lit up slightly. Then, the surrounding rocks all lit up with a green light. The soul elements of countless rocks were all extracted and condensed in Vulture's palm. Then, she pressed her hand down. Immediately, all of the rock soul elemental energy drilled into the rock beast's body. At this time, the rock beast's hammer was less than a meter away from her head. Suddenly, it stopped. Then, all of the rock beast's violent aura disappeared. It quietly put down its hammer and stood behind little Princess Vulture, becoming her battle pet, Celestial Spirit Master. Ice Spirit suddenly let out a sound of disbelief. Yes. Little Princess Vulture said proudly, awesome, right? Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but want to praise her. However, when they saw her proud and arrogant look, they immediately swallowed their words of praise and revealed a trace of indifference. I hate you guys to death. Little Princess Vulture said with annoyance because she didn't get any praise. Okay, you're awesome. Yang Dingtian praised her perfunctorily, let's continue. Then, Yang Dingtian led a few people and a rock beast and continued forward. After another 50 steps, there was another fork in the road. There were a total of 2 forks in front of them. Let's go to the first one. This time, the monster is a resentful spirit. Yang Dingtian said, 7-star Martial Venerable, Chunhua, you try and test the power of the Thunder Rune. Yes. Song Chunhua said. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian led the group and walked through the second fork. Suddenly, everyone's vision turned black. Then, the dark light in front of them began to condense and finally condensed into a distorted resentful spirit. This was originally a very beautiful woman, but after turning into a resentful spirit, her face became distorted and became very terrifying. Why do you let me suffer such torture? The whole world is full of evil, I want to kill all of you. The resentful spirit screamed and suddenly shot a dark light arrow. Song Chunhua took a step forward and used her sword to block the dark light arrow. Bang! Her body shook slightly, and the sword in her hand seemed to be contaminated by the dark light arrow and turned slightly black. However, it quickly returned to its original state. Bang! Then, she gathered all the chi in her body and slashed out a sword light. Suddenly, a fiery red sword ray and a shocking bolt of lightning shot out violently. The resentful spirit was shocked and immediately wanted to dodge. Its speed was extremely fast, and it actually dodged Song Chunhua's sword light. But the lightning was faster, and almost instantly, it hit it. Ah! The resentful spirit let out an ear-piercing scream, and then the distorted light suddenly became even more distorted. Song Chunhua suddenly blasted out a ball of flame and hit the distorted resentful spirit. Boom! The flame suddenly exploded. Suddenly, the resentful spirit turned into ashes, and its bones were shattered. In the terrifying scream, it completely dissipated. Wow! So powerful! Everyone exclaimed in admiration. This lightning rune was truly amazing. At that time, Yang Dingtian really spent a lot of effort to defeat this resentful spirit, and it took more than half an hour. This resentful spirit was very fast, and ordinary Xian skills couldn't hit it at all. In the end, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to use the thunder attribute Xian skill, Devil Sky Split, and used lightning to blast it away. However, Yang Dingtian had to blast out dozens of lightning bolts before he was able to disperse it. Song Chunhua, in just 2 moves, destroyed it. The power of a 9-star revered martial artist was indeed several times stronger than Yang Dingtian. Previously, Yang Dingtian had the heaven-defying Xian Qi of the Soul Sword, and now Song Chunhua also had it, although hers was not a soul sword. Yang Dingtian led everyone forward, and after another 80 steps, they came to a fork. In front, there were 5 forks, leading to different directions. Let's go to the first one, Yang Dingtian said. Next, he wanted to talk about the demonic beasts, but who knew that the little princess vulture said, "Oh right, Yang Dingtian, how did you know which path to take? Was it luck? Or, did you try every path once?" Silly girl. Yang Dingtian said, "If you walk every path once, you won't be able to walk out in 3 to 5 years. It's calculated through a very special calculation method. This kind of spiritual trial is to train the brain's amazing logical ability, calculation ability, and the ability to simulate space. Generally speaking, after more than 10 mistakes, you can get the formula of the maze. If there are few detours, hundreds of calculations will be enough. If there are many detours, thousands of calculations won't be enough. Well, it's very mysterious. You deliberately make us not understand what it means, and then make us feel very powerful." The little princess vulture pursed her lips. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was speechless. However, he was surprised to find that the little girl actually came up with a primitive explanation in a different world. "Senior brother Qin, the next demonic beast is a 9-star revered martial artist. It's a hell demon rat. It's very, very fast and can spit out a kind of miasma arrow, so you have to hold your breath. Otherwise, even if you are not shot, you will faint." Yang Dingtian said, "The 2 of us will kill it, and the others will wait at the back." "Why, can't we kill it together? My rock beast happens to be the nemesis of rats, it's not afraid of the miasma." The little princess vulture said. "Idiot, every trial opportunity is very precious." Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu had just walked past the fork. GG. Sure enough, a rat suddenly drilled out from the side of the cave wall. It was about a foot long and drilled out of the hard rock like mud. Its speed was extremely fast, like lightning, it instantly rushed in front of the 2. This was a 9-star revered martial artist demonic beast. Just as it appeared in front of Yang Dingtian, it spat out 2 miasma arrows. Miasma was not a poison, but a kind of sewage and miasma. It was not a poison, but it was more poisonous. At least, there were clear solutions for many poisons, but the miasma was extremely complicated and there was no solution at all. This rat had lived in the dirtiest place for hundreds of years, and the miasma in its body was extremely complicated and thick. Boom, boom. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu suddenly smashed out 2 flames, directly blowing up the miasma arrows. GG. This demon rat revealed a proud scream. Yang Dingtian knew why it was like this, because its evil plan had succeeded. After the miasma was blown up, it would be everywhere, pervasive, and people would definitely be poisoned. However, Yang Dingtian had already experienced its power. Previously, in the spiritual trial, he had been tricked by this trick for the first time, and was killed by it in the spiritual trial. This time, the 2 of them only held their breath and locked their pores. Seeing that the exploded miasma had no effect on them, the demon rat suddenly screamed crazily. Then, like lightning, it rushed towards the 2 of them. This was its second unique skill. Its lightning-like speed coupled with its terrifying fangs and claws. Although its speed was not like the demon spirit's flash, it was still extremely fast, like lightning, completely impossible to defend against. In addition, its teeth were extremely terrifying, as long as it got close, the outcome would be very tragic. That ending was very tragic. It could bite and claw you hundreds of times in half a second. Therefore, In half a second, all the vital blood vessels in your body would be bitten off, your heart would be directly dug out, and your skull would be opened. One had to know that this was a 9-star martial venerable monster. Its pure strength was not something that Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu could resist. Therefore, they must not let it get close to them. In the spiritual trial, Yang Dingtian was approached by it, and then bitten to death in an incomparably tragic manner. Of course, everything in the spiritual trial was fake, and it all happened in the mind. Therefore, it was also a fake death. Now, everything was real. If he was really bitten to death, he would really die. Therefore, Yang Dingtian must be very, very careful. Of course, in the spiritual trial, Yang Dingtian also found a way to restrain it. That's right, it was still lightning. Pa! Yang Dingtian released a lightning profound skill, demonic heaven splitting. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck out. The demon rat's speed was very fast, but it was not as fast as lightning. In an instant, it was struck by lightning. Yang Dingtian was a 6-star martial venerable, so this lightning could not kill the demon rat, or even seriously injure it. However, it could paralyze its nerves and greatly slow down its speed. The demon rat that had slowed down was no longer a threat. Then, Qin Huaiyu stepped forward and killed it. However, although the beast's speed had slowed down, it was still faster than Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian only stood to the side and let Qin Huaiyu kill it alone. Every time the rat's speed recovered slightly and threatened Qin Huaiyu's life, Yang Dingtian would release another bolt of lightning. Immediately, the beast's entire body was paralyzed and its speed slowed down again. Soon, the beast understood what was going on. Bastard, you bunch of despicable humans, how dare you make fun of me and make me accompany this ugly human to death? Immediately, the demon rat was furious. Swoosh 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 swoosh. It suddenly spat out filthy miasma arrows. Yang Dingtian was behind it and spat out flames to burn the filthy miasma arrows. However, this beast was simply too fast. Bang bang bang. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was hit by 4 filthy miasma arrows. Immediately, a disgusting and filthy energy entered his body, instantly polluting Yang Dingtian's muscles and blood vessels and causing necrosis. Then, the necrosis quickly spread. Yang Dingtian's vision turned black, and he felt dizzy. He was about to lose consciousness in an instant. This beast was really fucking powerful. While his mind was still clear, Yang Dingtian immediately released lightning to paralyze the beast, so that it would not bite Qin Huaiyu to death. Then, Yang Dingtian immediately organized the mystic fire and billions of resentful spirits to kill the filthy energy in his body one by one. That's right, these filthy energies were countless bacteria and countless lives. They were not just pure energy. Therefore, if the people in this world were hit by the filthy miasma arrows, there was nothing they could do except cut off the contaminated areas. Moreover, these things spread very quickly. Therefore, if the people in the chaotic world were hit by the demon rat, they would basically die. In the entire chaotic world, the most disgusting demon beast was definitely the hell demon rat. Because this abnormal creature shriveled up rapidly and was deadly. However, it did not have anything valuable on its body. It could not be touched from head to toe. Once touched, one would be poisoned. It seemed that whether it was on Earth or in the chaotic world, this rat was a good-for-nothing pest. Soon, with the help of the mystic fire, countless resentful spirits bravely killed all the filthy energy that invaded Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian gradually regained his freshness, and his contaminated flesh gradually recovered. At this time, Qin Huaiyu was in a very dangerous situation. This beast had already started to fight desperately because it had been hit by Qin Huaiyu's sword a few times. Its body was covered in black and red filthy blood. Therefore, it, who was in a frenzy, quickly recovered its speed. Even if it was hit by Qin Huaiyu's sword a few times, it would still bite him to death. Pa pa pa. Yang Dingtian suddenly consumed most of his mystic chi and released 3 devil sky-splitting lightning. The 3 lightning bolts instantly hit the demon rat. Immediately, it let out a horrified scream. Its body began to twitch, and its speed was extremely slow. Qin Huayu went forward and used all his strength to slash a few times. He directly chopped off this beast's small head. This hell demon rat was filled with disbelief. Its limbs twitched as it died. Yang Dingtian condensed the mystic fire to the extreme and shot it at the demon rat's corpse. Suddenly, this beast was completely burned to ashes. Not even ashes were left. This beast had an unknown amount of filth and germs in its body. Without burning it to death at the highest temperature, this beast was simply a huge source of pollution. Yang Dingtian suspected that if this beast was placed on Earth, it would be enough to plague a small city. Before, I heard that this beast was the most terrifying and disgusting thing. I didn't believe it, but now I really do. Qin Huayu said, if it wasn't for your lightning mystic skill, I would have been bitten to death dozens of times. But even so, after fighting with this beast, all the profound energy in my body has been exhausted. I'm about the same. Yang Dingtian said. Then what level is the next demonic beast? Qin Huayu asked. Master level. It's an undead demon bug. It's very disgusting. Yang Dingtian said, its speed is about the same as this beast, but the key is that it can burrow into the ground and can't be killed at all. If you cut it in 2, it will turn into 2. If you cut it in 4, it will turn into 4. My God, why are there so many abnormal demonic beasts? I've never encountered such demonic beasts before. Qin Huayu said. After all, this is a few hundred miles underground. It's a completely different world from the surface. Yang Dingtian said. Do you think we can kill it? Qin Huayu asked. It's difficult. Yang Dingtian said, a master-level martial artist. When the 5 of us are at our peak, we can barely fight against it and protect ourselves from death. However, a master realm demonic beast would be very difficult to deal with. If it's an undead demonic beast, then it's really. It feels really strange. Qin Huayu said, look, we killed the Millennium Owl, the 2,000-year-old demon spirit, and the Void Spirit Illusion demon in the secret realm. Each of them is heaven-defying. The demonic beasts in this devil prison cave aren't even enough to carry their shoes. However, we can destroy those 1,000-year-old heaven-defying demonic beasts in the secret realm, but we can't deal with the master-level demonic beasts in this devil prison cave. Yang Dingtian said, because the secret realm is a separate world. It's a real but illusory world. And now, we are already outside the secret realm. It's a naked, real, and dangerous world. The demonic beasts in the secret realm are all arranged by the secret realm itself. Although they are extremely powerful, they also have absolutely fatal flaws. Once you find a flaw, you can kill anyone with a low cultivation level. And these ordinary demonic beasts don't care about any flaws. You can only use the most ordinary method to kill them. Of course, we are dumbfounded. Yes, the most powerful, most dangerous, and most heaven-defying method is nothing but reality. Qin Huayu sighed and said, then, should we go back and recover our celestial qi first? No hurry. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian returned to the fork in the road. Wow, Yang Dingtian, didn't you say there was a mouse in front? How did you guys end up in such a sorry state? It's really embarrassing. 2 high-level martial venerables can't even beat a mouse. The little princess vulture pouted. Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. To be honest, anyone would love a beautiful woman. Especially a beautiful woman like Vulture who had a noble status and amazing talent. Especially the little princess's exquisite face and devilish figure. So, any man who saw the little princess Vulture would have thoughts of making a move. But after normal contact, it was guaranteed that most men would lose all their thoughts. Because this little girl's mouth was sharp and her brain was wild. Her thoughts had no bottom line. And her brain was naive, only fantasizing about a peerless handsome man like Zhu Hongxue. In short, very few men would have thoughts about this kind of girl who hadn't grown up and didn't have any femininity. Except for perverted lollicons. If I knew, I would have let my rock beast go. If I were you, I would have hit my head on this stone wall. Ah! Before the little princess vulture could speak, she cried out in pain. Because Song Chunhua directly grabbed her hair and lifted her up in the air. Song Chunhua was more than 180 centimeters tall, which was more than 20 centimeters taller than the little princess. So, she directly lifted her 1 foot off the ground. The little princess vulture was an expert, but it was still very painful to be lifted by her hair, especially when Song Chunhua only grabbed a handful of her hair. Song Chunhua, let go of me, or I won't let you go. The little princess vulture cried out. Song Chunhua let go of her hair and directly grabbed her 2 delicate ears and lifted her up. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Let go, my ears are going to fall off, they're going to fall off, Sister Chunhua, I know I'm wrong, I'm sorry. After Song Chunhua put her down, she immediately shrank behind Yang Dingtian and used her small hands to cover her 2 red and burning ears. It's all your fault. The little girl sneakily kicked Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian could only pretend that nothing had happened. He couldn't scold the little princess vulture for her nonsense, and he also couldn't stop Song Chunhua from being serious. Next, Yang Dingtian continued to lead people down. After 100 steps, they came to the 4th fork. This time, it was even more exaggerated. There were a total of 8 forks. Let's go to the 5th one, Yang Dingtian said, there's a master-level monster in front of us. I don't know what it's called. Its body was like an iron-threaded worm, and it was difficult for ordinary swords to cut into it. It had the characteristic of being invulnerable. Of course, it was definitely not as strong as the Millennium Owl's shell. Any random bloody black gold sword could cut it. But it also has the characteristics of a leech and an earthworm, which is that it can't die. No matter how many pieces you cut it into, it won't die. So, I call it the immortal demon worm. Then how did you kill it in the spiritual trial? Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian blushed and said, I couldn't kill it. I was killed by it every time. All the monsters that blocked the way were directly invisible. At this time, the little girl pursed her lips and said, that invisibility scroll was originally mine. Yang Dingtian looked at the ice spirit and said, Miss Ice Spirit, my sword is extremely sharp. Later, I'll go invisible and cut this immortal demon worm into countless pieces. Then, we'll split up and kill it. If we're in danger, I hope you can help. The ice spirit said, are you sure you want my help? Of course, Yang Dingtian said. Well, I'll help, the ice spirit said. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said. Then he said to the little princess, girl, let your rock demon follow me. Why? The little girl said. To lure the immortal demon worm out, Yang Dingtian said. Oh. The little girl gave the order, and the rock demon followed in a daze. Yang Dingtian immediately went invisible and immediately stole a part of the space, then hid in that space. The rock demon continued to walk forward in a daze. Soon, it reached the corner. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 2-meter-long immortal demon worm drilled out and crazily attacked the rock demon. This immortal demon worm looked very disgusting and scary. It was red, only 3 or 4 centimeters thick, but 2 meters long. There was no distinguishing feature on its body, and it looked exactly the same everywhere. Yang Dingtian was about to cut it with his sword. But its speed was too fast. Whoosh 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 whoosh. It crazily shuttled back and forth on the rock demon's body. In an instant, the rock demon was riddled with holes. Fortunately, it was a rock demon, otherwise, it would have been dead. In just a second, the 4 or 5 meter tall rock demon's body was drilled with at least hundreds of holes, from the soles of its feet to the top of its head. There was no doubt that this immortal demon worm killed people in this way. In an instant, it drilled through people and turned them into meat paste. This way of dying was too terrifying. And although this rock giant did not know pain, it knew rage. The furious rock giant raised its hammer and crazily smashed the holes, causing the whole hole to tremble, but it could not even touch the immortal demon worm's side. However, Yang Dingtian was also in a difficult situation because this abnormal immortal demon worm was only drilled crazily inside the rock demon's body, and there was no chance for him to use his sword. But soon, Yang Dingtian's chance to use his sword came. The immortal demon worm quickly wrapped around the rock demon's head, trying to strangle the rock demon's neck. Finally seeing it all appear, Yang Dingtian used his sword as fast as lightning. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian's sword was very fast. In 1 second, he made dozens to hundreds of sword strikes, which was enough to cut the immortal demon worm into hundreds of pieces. In this way, the threat would be reduced, and its strength and speed would be greatly reduced. But, Yang Dingtian's plan fell through. Yang Dingtian only had time to make a second sword strike, cutting the immortal demon worm into 3 pieces. Then, one of the pieces immediately wrapped around Yang Dingtian's sword. The enormous power actually caused Yang Dingtian to be unable to control his artifact sword. Yang Dingtian was about to use the profound fire to burn it alive. But then, a terrible force suddenly passed through the sword and hit Yang Dingtian's body. Boom! Yang Dingtian spurted blood. The profound veins in his whole body were violently shaken, and countless cracks appeared. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels seemed to have been displaced in an instant. In an instant, Yang Dingtian lost all his fighting strength. Puff! One of the immortal demon pet's broken body suddenly spat out a red liquid and sprayed on the huge body of the rock demon. Almost in an instant, the entire body of the rock demon was completely dissolved, turning into a pile of thick liquid. However, what was even more terrifying was that the 3 pieces of the immortal demon worm quickly wrapped around Yang Dingtian's sword, and along the blade, they swam toward Yang Dingtian's isolated space like lightning. Then, Yang Dingtian saw the most horrifying scene in history. The 3 pieces of the immortal demon worm suddenly opened their eyes at Yang Dingtian. Tens of thousands of eyes opened at the same time, releasing a faint green light. This scene was really creepy. Yang Dingtian was horrified to find that they were not without eyes. They had countless eyes, and there were eyes all over their bodies. Each eye was a small green dot. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were about to drill into Yang Dingtian's isolation in an instant. At this time, Yang Dingtian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shaking. His whole body was in severe pain and he vomited blood. Could it be? My life will be scattered here. Yang Dingtian was shocked and frantically urged the profound fire in the depths of his qi sea. Boom! Suddenly, the raging profound fire spread all over his body. The immortal demon pet, just as it was about to drill into Yang Dingtian's body, the part that entered the flame was instantly burned to ashes. Not good. At this time, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the others outside exclaimed and rushed in together. Suddenly, they saw a horrifying scene. Yang Dingtian's whole body was surrounded by flames, and the 3 terrifying insects suddenly wrapped around the sword and climbed up. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to burn the insects to death. Suddenly, an incomparably huge amount of profound qi energy bombarded over. Boom! Yang Dingtian's profound veins and qi sea were completely suppressed in an instant. The flames on his body were all extinguished. Then, 2 of the 3 pieces of the immortal demon worm shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. The other one broke into countless pieces in the air, forming dozens of black dots, and suddenly shot towards Song Chunhua and the others. They were not Yang Dingtian and did not have the profound fire. As long as these abnormal insects got close to them, they would definitely die. Moreover, it was the cruelest way to die. Their whole body would be drilled full of holes. Could it be that everyone was going to die here? Chapter 4:18. In front of the Millennium Owl, no one really died in front of the 2,000-year-old demon spirit. But in front of a master-level monster, they all had to die. Just a master-class demonic beast, the third demonic beast that they encountered in the devil prison cave, was going to instantly kill Yang Dingtian and everyone else. This was reality. This was completely different from the secret realm. The monsters here were not chosen well and had no fatal flaws. They were real and deadly. At this moment, Bing Ling's jade-like hand gently brushed. A bone-chilling wind blew. In an instant, the entire space was frozen. Even the bullet-like immortal demon worms were all frozen in the air. Then, her jade-like hand gently squeezed. Boom! The people in the ice were all fine, but all the immortal demon worms were instantly turned into ashes. That's right, they were turned into ashes and disappeared in the air, not into powder. Then, in the next second, everyone felt as if a spring breeze had brushed their faces, instantly defrosting, and their bodies did not feel any discomfort. After waking up, everyone was still shocked, speechless. This was too powerful. A master-level demonic beast, she really just waved her finger and directly turned it into ashes. It was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing such a powerful martial artist. Vulture said in a daze, "Sister Bing Ling, are you still going to help us?" "Of course. Who asked Yang Dingtian to defeat me in chess?" Bing Ling said softly, "But we'd better hurry up. Otherwise, when we reach the end of Devil Prison Cave, when the demon spirit fire is about to bloom, my energy will be restrained by it and I will become very weak. Maybe I won't be able to deal with that demon phoenix." Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "The next monster is not something we can deal with. Although it's a trial opportunity, there will be great danger to our lives, so I will be responsible for leading the way. I'll have to trouble Miss Bing Ling to guard against the monsters on the way." "Okay, no problem," Bing Ling said. "However, I went invisible for the next monster, so many of them did not show up. I don't know what kind of monster they are." Yang Dingtian said. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what kind of monster it is," the ice spirit said calmly. After that, Yang Dingtian knew what it meant to be indifferent. That's right, it didn't matter. The following demonic beasts were all above the master level. However, before they could even see the face of their opponent, all of them died. That's right, insta-kill. All of them were insta-killed. Yang Dingtian led the way in front. He didn't even need to be reminded. As soon as the demonic beasts appeared, the ice spirit waved her hand. Then, that demonic beast turned into ashes, completely evaporating into thin air. Most of the time, they couldn't even see the demonic beast's face clearly. The ice spirit's footsteps never stopped. They were completely shocked and horrified. This was truly heaven-defying. Gradually, everyone became numb to it. They didn't have to worry about which checkpoint they had to walk to because they had Yang Dingtian to lead the way. They didn't have to be afraid of walking. The demonic beasts along the way, no matter how strong or weak they were all instantly killed by the ice spirit. Because the speed was so fast, Yang Dingtian couldn't figure out what level these demonic beasts were at. Finally, they killed all the way. When they reached the 37th checkpoint, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "Miss Ice Spirit, what level was that demonic beast just now?" "I don't know. According to your human classification, it should be above the 9-star Great Grandmaster level," the Ice Spirit said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian opened his mouth, swallowed his saliva, and didn't say anything. Above the Great Grandmaster level was the Saint level. However, a Saint-level demonic beast was insta-killed by her with a raise of her hand. Then what level was she at? Then what was the point of human cultivation? "Oh, don't worry. These demonic beasts haven't broken through the saint level. According to your human classification, they may be far beyond the 9-star Great Grandmaster level, but they will never be able to touch the saint level. The Ice Spirit said, the saint level, whether for humans or demonic beasts, is a natural moat. Only demonic beasts with top-notch talent and wisdom can reach the saint level. Then, the Ice Spirit looked at Yang Dingtian. As long as you break through the half-saint level, you can easily insta-kill all creatures below the saint level like me, whether they're humans or demonic beasts. Remember, the saint level is a natural barrier. According to your human classification, the energy required to break through from the 9-star Great Grandmaster level to the saint level is far more than the energy required to break through from the Enlightener level to the 9-star Great Grandmaster level. It can be said that without talent, without the help of heaven and earth, it's impossible to break through the saint level. Then, the Ice Spirit said, in fact, your human classification is very vague and not standard. For example, 400 years ago, many of you claimed to have entered the saint level, but in fact, they were only half-saints at best. For example, many experts, who you call half-saints, are actually unbounded Great Grandmasters. In short, Yang Dingtian, remember, don't be imprisoned by your human thinking at all times. You have to see things outside of your human thinking, the Ice Spirit said. For example, when you break through to the 9-star Great Grandmaster level, there will be many, many breakthroughs. At that time, many people think that it's the saint level. Actually, it's not. Even if you break through countless times, you won't be able to enter the saint level. Every breakthrough of a saint-level expert will cause a huge change in heaven and earth. It's very clear and obvious. Yang Dingtian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such things. But there was no doubt that what the Ice Spirit said was the truth. Thank you for your advice, Miss, Yang Dingtian said with a bow. Your future is limitless. I don't need to say anything, the Ice Spirit said softly. Let's continue. Then, Yang Dingtian continued forward. In front of them was the 38th checkpoint. There were 13 forks here, and only one was correct. The correct one was the third fork. Yang Dingtian led the team over. At this time, no one cared about what monsters were blocking the way ahead. As long as it wasn't a demon phoenix, the Ice Spirit would kill them all. There was no need to care. However, as soon as Yang Dingtian took a step forward, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. No, he still needed to care. Inadvertently, he put everyone in the most dangerous situation. Because in front of them was a demon spirit. A demon spirit whose body size was comparable to the one in the trial room. It was at least 1,000 years old. It was incomparably ferocious and ugly. As soon as Yang Dingtian took that step, it appeared out of thin air 100 steps away. It squatted on the ground and chattered endlessly, cursing in pain. Previously, in the spiritual trial, Yang Dingtian had been invisible, so this demon spirit didn't appear at all. However, this time, Yang Dingtian didn't go invisible, and he had the Ice Spirit's protection, so he walked over with his life intact. He didn't expect to walk into a dead end. Yang Dingtian knew best how powerful the demon spirit was. And the key was that Qin Ji didn't follow. When Yang Dingtian saw the demon spirit, he was first shocked, then immediately warned everyone to escape. Although the Ice Spirit was heaven-defying and powerful, Yang Dingtian didn't think that she could deal with the demon spirit. The demon spirit was too heaven-defying. There was nothing that could stop the demon spirit from flashing, and no body could stop the demon spirit from tearing. However, there was no doubt that it was too late. Yang Dingtian saw the demon spirit cursing on the ground at first glance, then instantly flashed in front of Yang Dingtian. It was completely instantaneous, without the slightest time difference. Its pair of green eyes suddenly stared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's divine sense shattered in an instant. His mind was completely blank, and he lost all consciousness. There was no resistance, no ability to resist. Then, its claws were about to tear Yang Dingtian into meat paste in an instant. The whole process was very fast. Song Chunhua didn't even see it clearly, let alone rushing out to save him. The little princess vulture didn't even have time to scream. Just when Yang Dingtian was about to turn into meat paste and his identity was shattered. Suddenly, the space instantly froze. Yang Dingtian and that Imo Ling were sealed in ice while they were alive. It was still the ice spirit. Then, with a brush of her jade hand, Yang Dingtian directly thawed. With the fastest speed, he turned around and fled. Everything just happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. At this time, the frozen demon spirit began to struggle, and cracks began to appear on the incomparably solid ice. The ice spirit frowned slightly and said, "I didn't expect that there would be a 1900-year-old demon spirit here. Is there any trouble?" Yang Dingtian, if there is trouble, we will go back as fast as we can. I have a companion on my side, she specializes in restraining demon spirits and can easily destroy it. I know, the woman with evil spirit energy in her body. The ice spirit said, "It is a bit troublesome. But no need, I will try it myself first. If it doesn't work, you can bring that woman here." Crack. In an instant, the demon spirit broke free from the ice. Yang Dingtian was immediately horrified and said to the ice spirit, "Don't take the risk, I will go find Qin Ji now, it will be very, very soon, at most a quarter of an hour." After saying that, Yang Dingtian then turned around and ran back. The ice spirit waved her jade hand, and a mass of black ice instantly sealed the demon spirit's head. Suddenly, the demon spirit was like a headless fly, unable to see anything, desperately jumping around. It desperately waved its claws, tearing the black ice on its face. However, the black ice was simply a mass of energy, its claws couldn't do anything to it at all. Then, everyone saw that the ice spirit began to shoot ice arrows wildly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 99 ice arrows were shot, and it took about half a minute. Then, this heaven-defying and invincible demonic spirit directly died. The demon spirit eye turned into a gem, and the demon spirit heart also solidified. Everyone was stunned again. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He had just run a dozen steps when he was stunned by the way the ice spirit killed the demon spirit. It turned out that the extra effort she said was just the time it took to drink a mouthful of tea. She said that if she couldn't do it, she would find Qin Ji to help. It was a complete excuse. Others needed a few great masters, dozens of great masters, hundreds of martial venerable cannon fodder to fight the demon spirit for a few hours, but she killed it alone in half a minute. It turned out that the so-called trouble was that she couldn't kill it instantly like before. This kind of strength had completely broken through the sky, beyond the imagination of everyone present. "This demon spirit's corpse seems to be useful to you, hurry up and put it away, I sealed its energy and didn't let it escape," Yang Dingtian said. Then, the little princess vulture rushed out like flying, and drilled the brand new demon spirit's corpse into the coffin behind her. Now that there were 3 demon spirits' corpses inside, it should be very crowded. This time, her harvest was really big. Maybe her great-grandfather could really create a heaven-defying demon spirit armor for her. However, she was not as excited as before. Even if she wore the demon spirit armor, she still couldn't run rampant in the world. If she met someone as abnormal as the ice spirit, she would be killed instantly. However, there shouldn't be anyone as abnormal as the ice spirit in the world above the ground. Therefore, she should be able to run rampant in the world with the demon spirit black armor. Suddenly, she became excited again. The ice spirit turned to look at the crowd and said, "Okay, next is the demon fire demonic phoenix. Everyone should be careful, it is a demonic beast at the half-saint level, perhaps far stronger than all the demonic beasts you have seen or heard. Don't be more than 3 meters away from me, or I can't protect you." Suddenly, everyone was excited. They came to the last checkpoint and turned the corner. There was no fork in the road here. After this corner, they would reach the end of the devil prison cave, where they would meet this demonic beast at the half-saint level, the demon fire demonic phoenix, the most powerful creature they had ever met. Everyone's heart pounded. As long as they killed this demon fire demonic phoenix, they would get the 4th-ranked heaven and earth level mystic fire. Chapter 4:19. They walked past the last fork in the road. It was the end of the devil prison cave, the place where the devil spirit fiend flame was going to be born. There would be a destructive devil fire fiend phoenix guarding this mystic flame. However, when Yang Dingtian and the rest walked past this corner, they were completely shocked. They didn't see the destructive devil fire fiend phoenix, nor did they see the majestic scene that they imagined. It was just a small cave. There was a phoenix inside, but it was only about 2 feet in size. It was red and lying on the ground motionlessly. Everyone was disappointed and couldn't help but look at the ice spirit. This is the legendary destructive devil fire fiend phoenix. However, the ice spirit's expression became extremely serious. Halt! Suddenly, a hoarse and arrogant female voice came from the cave. Since we are here, we can't stop. The ice spirit said indifferently. I have to give these humans an explanation. Humans. The small phoenix on the ground suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. This flame already has an owner. If you retreat, you can still keep your life. Otherwise, you will be turned into ashes. Don't think that female creature can really protect you, and don't think that she will really protect you. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Sorry, Senior Demon Phoenix. We really need this mystic flame. In these few thousand years, you have already swallowed so many. Waiting another 200 years is nothing. However, we humans have short lives. We can't wait another few hundred years. Humph. The owner of this mystic flame is me. Why should I give it to you? The demon phoenix said coldly. Besides, you already have the million spirit fiend flame in your body. Why are you still so greedy? I am not asking for the mystic flame for myself. I am asking for it for my friends. Yang Dingtian said, even he himself is not doing it for the mystic flame. He is doing it for the survival of the Northwest continent and even the entire chaotic world. Don't talk about this. I have nothing to do with you humans. You humans are despicable and greedy. It is better if you all die. The demon phoenix said coldly. I will give you a moment. Leave my territory immediately. Otherwise, I will turn you into ashes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My apologies, Senior Demon Phoenix. Yang Dingtian then led everyone into the cave. Phew, instantly, his anger soared to the sky. Flames soared into the sky. Everything around Yang Dingtian, be it the ground, the rocks, or the cave, everything had turned red and started to burn. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, reaching the point where it could burn everything to ashes. Almost instantly, Xiaomu fainted and died. Then, almost at the same time, Bing Ling waved her hand. Suddenly, a blue light screen enveloped Yang Dingtian and the others. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That terrifying heat instantly disappeared without a trace. Rumble, then, the heavens and earth shook. The ground began to crack, and everything in the surroundings began to melt and collapse. The entire infernal cavern began to tear apart. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others watched helplessly as the stone walls and mountain in front of them turned red. Huff! The entire mountain suddenly flew up. It turned out that all the surrounding rocks and the huge mountain in front of them were all the body of the demon fire phoenix. Just now, Yang Dingtian's so-called hut only walked into the front edge of its claws. After a burst of heaven and earth, Yang Dingtian's vision in front of him suddenly became empty. It was an endless abyss, one couldn't see the top and bottom. Yang Dingtian and his group were standing on a protruding platform in midair. In front of them, there was an endless abyss. Hundreds of miles deep. Hundreds of miles wide. They didn't know, but anyway, it was endless. It gave people the feeling that even if several cities were thrown down, it couldn't fill this abyss. The demon fire phoenix flew higher and higher, farther and farther. Finally, Yang Dingtian saw its full appearance. Everyone held their breaths in that instant. They couldn't imagine that a monster could be so big. Compared to it, the Millennium Owl was like a child. This burning demon fire phoenix was so big that Yang Dingtian couldn't calculate its size at all. Because, when it was thousands of meters away from him, Yang Dingtian still couldn't see its full appearance. Despicable female creature, the one who wants to kill me is you, not these lowly humans. At this time, the demon fire phoenix made a man's deep voice again, with the same arrogance. This demon phoenix continued to rise. It was only when it was a few thousand meters in the air that Yang Dingtian was able to see its full appearance. This was hundreds of miles below the ground, if it was on the ground. Then this demon phoenix was enough to cover the sky. It didn't need to do anything, it only needed to land on a city, and that city would instantly turn into ashes. You group of lowly and despicable humans. The demon phoenix looked at Yang Dingtian and the others with scorching eyes, and said contemptuously, "You haven't had the protection of a saint-level powerhouse for hundreds of years, but you still dare to provoke my noble and powerful phoenix clan. It seems that the treaty signed with the saint-level humans 1,000 years ago can be ignored. Our powerful monster clan can sweep the entire human world. Speaking of which, you humans are the most ridiculous and arrogant race. You think that just because you built a few houses and a few cities, you can think of yourself as the ruler of the primal chaos continent, ha." The demon phoenix's voice turned into a woman again, and sneered, "Sue doesn't know, in the eyes of the powerful monster clan, you humans are as lowly as ants. Your so-called sects, how powerful do you think you are? Sue doesn't know, if I fly there, it will be enough to completely destroy your so-called sects and cities. Humph. Even if you want to brag, you have to come up with a draft." The ice spirit sneered, 200 years ago, who was the one who suffered in front of humans? That just proves how shameless humans are. The demon phoenix said coldly, "Wan Wentian and Nihility Piao Ling fought against me, and they even used all kinds of tricks. Moreover, at that time, we were at our weakest. Don't tell me you are not too." The ice spirit said, "You have a male and female body, 2 lives sharing the same body, you really think of yourself as one." Instantly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. He did not expect that the demon phoenix was not only a male and female body, but also had 2 lives and 2 souls in its body. And that was 200 years ago. In these 200 years, I have become much stronger. Why don't you let those 2 humans try again? The demon phoenix said coldly. "All right, I am not here to chat with you, now I will give you a choice. You can leave immediately, after they pick the mystic fire, we will leave immediately, this is still your territory. Otherwise, I can only kill you and let them pick the mystic fire." The ice spirit said coldly. "Dream on, wishful thinking." The demon phoenix was furious, "You female creature, that's right, your background is better than ours, the energy you comprehend is much stronger than ours, and the territory you absorb energy from is dozens of times more than ours. But don't forget, there are 2 of us demon phoenixes, and we have been cultivating for many times more than you. If we really fight with our lives on the line, you might not be able to take advantage of us. And the most important thing is, you will become weaker and weaker. As long as we can survive these 3 days, you will not be our opponent. Then I will deal with you within these 3 days." The ice spirit said sternly. Whoosh! The ice spirit's delicate body suddenly flew up. With a flick of her finger, an icy sword materialized in the air. Swoosh! Like a meteor, it flew towards the demon phoenix. Compared to the demon phoenix, her body was extremely small. Don't go too far, I will let you have a taste of the power of my Demon Phoenix clan. The Demon Phoenix roared. Whoosh, the demon fire Demon Phoenix suddenly spewed out flames. That was really a flame that soared into the sky, tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters wide. Everywhere the naked eye could see, there were all soaring flames. In an instant, the flames completely engulfed the ice spirit's body. Then, the incomparably turbulent flames swept towards Yang Dingtian. The flames that soared into the sky were really like a nuclear explosion. Everywhere the flames passed, no matter what, everything was burning. Whether it was the rocks, the air, or the various demon beasts hiding in the rocks. In an instant, everything was burned and turned into magma. Even the devil prison cave behind Yang Dingtian had turned red abruptly even when the flames didn't touch it. The stone walls began to melt and turned into flowing magma. This was the power of the saint-level power. It didn't use any tricks at all, nor did it have any mysterious skills. It was just the most direct energy, the most direct flame. The flames that devoured everything. Seeing that they were completely surrounded by flames, Yang Dingtian and others felt incomparably small in their hearts. In the face of such soaring flames, let alone escaping, let alone resisting, they didn't even have the thought of resisting. Just like the athletes of the Earth era, when a nuclear bomb exploded a few hundred meters away from you, would you still have the courage to say that you must run faster than the flames of the nuclear bomb? No wonder the ice spirit said that the demon fire Demon Phoenix could kill them dozens of times from a few miles away. Previously, they thought that the ice spirit was exaggerating, but now it seemed that she was already very conservative. The fact was that they could easily be killed hundreds of times from dozens of miles away. Of course, in the face of such soaring flames, Yang Dingtian and others were fine. In fact, they still felt cold and couldn't feel the slightest bit of heat. Because they were staying within the energy shield set up by the ice spirit. Looking at the ice spirit again, she was actually not swallowed by the flames. On the contrary, the raging flames were suddenly torn open by her. She was still like a meteor, flying towards the huge demon phoenix. Her speed was extremely fast, like a missile. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was covered in an instant. Hiss. When she reached the demon phoenix's huge abdomen, the ice spirit suddenly stabbed her sword. Of course, Yang Dingtian couldn't see the ice spirit's sword stabbing in at all. In fact, in terms of volume, the ice spirit's sword was only equivalent to piercing an embroidery needle into the belly of a dinosaur. It was equivalent to an elephant being bitten by a mosquito. It wouldn't feel anything. But in fact, that wasn't the case. After the incomparably huge demon phoenix was pierced by the sword, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, its entire body trembled violently, and countless flames cracked from its body and fell. Suddenly, the sky was like a meteor shower, and countless flames fell to the ground. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. The part of the demon phoenix's abdomen that was stabbed began to freeze. That's right, the flames began to freeze. The raging flames that were burning quickly condensed into ice. It condensed into blue ice in the shape of surging flames. Yang Dingtian and the others who were watching the battle were completely stunned. In their knowledge, only liquid could condense into ice, but they didn't expect that flames could also condense into ice. Everyone looked at each other. Who was this ice spirit? Previously, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu had other thoughts. They felt that they had eliminated the demon spirit and defeated the Millennium Owl, so they were eager to find the demon fire Demon Phoenix's weakness and then destroy it. Now that he looked at it, how ridiculous and childish was that? The ice spirit didn't point it out at all. From her, Yang Dingtian learned that this demon phoenix was very, very powerful, and even the ice spirit couldn't defeat it. So, Yang Dingtian thought that in the battle against the demon phoenix, they would have to help the ice spirit, and even play a key role. Now, it seemed ridiculous and childish. It was like an ant fantasizing about interfering in a battle between two humans. Yang Dingtian and the others could only play the role of a burden. City Lord Yang, I believe that one day, you will be so powerful, and you will also have the ability to destroy the world. I believe that one day, you will also become a saint-level powerhouse, and can completely step on the heads of these saint-level demons. I believe that not only can you defeat the evil ways, but you can also protect the entire human race. Song Chunhua felt that Yang Dingtian was a little depressed, so she encouraged him loudly. Yang Dingtian smiled at Song Chunhua, and said, I'm just overturning my previous worldview. Before, I always thought that the so-called saint level was only one step away from the 9-star Great Grandmaster, and there wasn't much difference. Now, I know that the difference is like heaven and earth. I used to think that people like Wu Yu from the Netherworld Sea should have already broken through to the saint level, because he already had the power of heaven and earth. Now, I understand that he is still a great grandmaster, but a very, very high one. Look, the demon phoenix is going to escape. The little Princess Vulture said. She was a little girl, and didn't have the mood to discuss such a serious topic with Yang Dingtian. She was fully focused on watching the battle. Sure enough, the demon phoenix was going to escape. In just one move, the demon phoenix had already been defeated and was going to escape. Of course, the demon phoenix wasn't going to escape, but was going to escape. For some reason, the ice spirit was getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps after 3 to 5 days, the ice spirit wouldn't be a match for the demon phoenix. At that time, the demon phoenix would turn around and kill the ice spirit, and then easily crush Yang Dingtian and the others. This way, no one would snatch the mystic flame that it regarded as its exclusive property. Whoosh! Sure enough, the demon phoenix's body quickly shrank, and then suddenly turned into a stream of light, and disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the entire abyss darkened, and the incomparably huge demon phoenix disappeared into the huge abyss. It really ran away. The ice spirit looked at everyone in the air, and said, Don't leave the protective shield, wait for me to return. After saying that, the ice spirit also suddenly turned into a stream of light, and disappeared without a trace, chasing after the demon phoenix. She had to chase, otherwise, she wouldn't be a match for the demon phoenix in 3 days. Suddenly, in the entire abyss, the entire devil prison cave, only Yang Dingtian and a few others were left, staying within the blue ice shield. Who do you think this ice spirit is? Qin Huayu asked. Everyone shook their heads, everyone wanted to know the answer. Yang Dingtian wanted to know even more, who was this ice spirit? She kept saying you humans, you humans. Without a doubt, she was definitely not a human. The demon fire demon phoenix had been famous for thousands of years, and it said that the time it cultivated was many times longer than the ice spirit, which meant that the ice spirit had lived for at least thousands of years. Humans couldn't live for that long. Could it be that the ice spirit was a demon beast? Of course, there were demon beasts that could transform into human form, such as Yao Rao, but could demon beasts transform into such a fairy-like appearance? Everyone couldn't figure out who this ice spirit was. Not good, look. Zhao Mu suddenly said, and then pointed to the surroundings. Yang Dingtian looked, and suddenly his hair stood on end. Because, many flaming monsters flew in the air, and suddenly flew towards the ice energy shield. This was definitely an ambush left behind by the demon phoenix. They shouldn't be able to pass through this shield. The little Princess Vulture said worriedly. Bang! As they spoke, 3 flaming monsters slammed into the energy shield. Boom! In an instant, the 3 huge flaming monsters directly turned into ashes and suddenly exploded. The people inside the ice shield were safe and sound. However, Yang Dingtian clearly saw that after the energy shield trembled violently, the blue color became thinner. Then, more and more flaming monsters rushed over. Bang, 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 bang. They madly launched suicidal attacks towards the energy shield. Of course, they themselves turned into ashes, but under the intense tremor, the ice shield became thinner and thinner. Vulture, these flaming monsters are all energy creatures, try to control them. Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Vulture said. Then, she closed her eyes and put her palms together, and suddenly a green light enveloped her body. Go, Vulture pointed her finger, and suddenly countless green lights suddenly scattered out, quickly drilling into the flaming monsters. Ah, it didn't have any effect. Instead, Vulture screamed, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her delicate body flew out. At the same time, dozens of flaming monsters pounced towards the little princess. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly opened the mystic flame shield and rushed out quickly. Yang Dingtian rampaged all the way, squeezing through countless flaming monsters, and hugged the little princess Vulture who was on the verge of death in the air. At this moment, her delicate body was completely red. She, who was surrounded by the flaming monsters, felt like her blood was boiling. I can't control them, these flaming monsters don't have souls. Moreover, they all have an incomparably strong will in their bodies, probably from the demon phoenix. Just as my thoughts entered, it was like a galloping horse hitting a stone wall, the little princess Vulture said weakly, then spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to faint. Yang Dingtian quickly took out the holy water pill, stuffed it into her mouth, and said, "Close your eyes and dissolve the pill, don't think about anything." At this moment, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the others also came out of the energy shield and were attacking these flaming monsters. However, to their horror, these attacks were completely useless. Not only were they useless, but they also made these flaming monsters stronger. Why did you come out? These are Martian energy creatures, you are all fire element warriors, you can't hurt them at all, you can only make them stronger. Only ice element experts can deal with these flaming energy beasts, Yang Dingtian said loudly. What about the lightning element? Song Chunhua asked. It's also useless. These flaming monsters are energy bodies, they are not afraid of lightning at all. Instead, they are adding fuel to the fire, making them stronger. Yang Dingtian said, quickly enter the shield. Yang Dingtian carried the little princess Vulture and rushed into the shield. Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, and the others also quickly entered the shield. Then, countless flaming monsters continued to launch suicidal attacks at the shield. It was really endless, there were hundreds and thousands of flaming monsters. According to your estimates, what are the energy levels of these flaming monsters? Yang Dingtian asked. Most of them are only martial ancestor realm, there are also martial honorable realm, but very few. Song Chunhua said, however, they are completely immune to our attacks, and they are also making them stronger. Therefore, these thousands of martial honorable realm flaming monsters will burn us alive. Brother, the ice shield is about to break. Zhaomu said in a frightened voice. That's right, the ice shield was about to break. Once it broke, they would be surrounded by endless flaming monsters, and only death would await them. Yang Dingtian said to the little princess Vulture, Girl, take off your demon spirit mist cloak and give it to me, I will go outside to lure the flaming monsters away. The little princess Vulture blushed slightly and said, But, this demon spirit mist cloak is the one I wear the most. Take it off. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian turned around, and everyone else also turned around, their backs facing the little princess Vulture. The little girl gritted her teeth and began to take off her clothes. Chapter 420. Everyone stared at the oval-shaped ball in Yang Dingtian's hand, which was slightly bigger than a basketball. They didn't expect it to be the egg of the demon fire demon phoenix. Do you think it's inhumane for us to let Ice Spirit kill this demon phoenix for this mysterious fire? Little Princess Vulture suddenly asked. Everyone was avoiding this question before, but now that the little girl mentioned it, they couldn't help but feel complicated. It's inhumane. Yang Dingtian said, but if we don't do this, it's even more inhumane to our family. So if we must be inhumane, I'd rather be inhumane to other species. Then, Yang Dingtian said, "Now Ice Spirit has cleared the way back, and the magma flames in the entire Devil Prison Cave have been extinguished and solidified. You can go back to the secret realm to recover your mysterious chi." "What about you?" Qin Huayu asked. "I can recover my mysterious chi here," Yang Dingtian said. "But the mysterious chi here is poisonous," Song Chunhua said. "I have the yin-yang qi transformation technique, which can turn any mysterious qi into absolutely pure mysterious qi," Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. This was undoubtedly an almost heaven-defying skill. "Then you go and recover your mysterious qi first. City Lord Yang and I will stay here," Song Chunhua said. "Okay," Qin Huayu said. The little princess's smile was strange and ambiguous. She wanted to tease Song Chunhua again, but Song Chunhua glared at her. Qin Huayu, Vulture, and Zhao Mu returned to the secret realm first. Song Chunhua said to Yang Dingtian, "Did I waste your Naga mysterious veins? This thing is extremely precious and can't even be bought in the merchant hall of the Demon City. This Naga mysterious veins was meant to be given to you." Yang Dingtian said, "But I don't have much left. I really don't know who to give it to next." Song Chunhua was silent for a moment and asked, "Your cultivation, how much has it regressed?" "Not necessarily. I need to cultivate under the holy light pillar for a period of time before I can be sure," Yang Dingtian said. "Tell me." Song Chunhua said, "Please don't hide anything from me, because I'm using my life to pledge loyalty to you." "1-star revered martial artist," Yang Dingtian said. "What?" Song Chunhua suddenly exclaimed, "How can it degenerate so much?" 1-star revered martial artist, Yang Dingtian's cultivation had almost returned to half a year ago. "It's not just because I used the heart flame to burn my qi. Later on, the damage to my qi was so severe that I couldn't use external force to make up for it. Therefore, the inner wall of the energy reserve automatically decomposes the energy to make up for it," Yang Dingtian explained. Then what should we do?" Song Chunhua said anxiously, "It can be said that the secret realm trial is over. There is no room for further breakthroughs. Don't worry. Every time I fight to the limit, I will expand a huge space for my energy reserve. This time, I have completely reached the limit of the limit. It can be said that I have almost lost my life. Therefore, the expansion of the space should be unprecedented. Therefore, everything will have to wait until I reach the holy light pillar and absorb the mystic qi before I can be sure." Yang Dingtian said, "Perhaps, I might be able to recover completely." "Then you go now," Song Chunhua said. "No hurry. After the mystic flame completely blooms and Qin Huayu completely collects the mystic flame, I will go to the holy light pillar," Yang Dingtian said. "No." Song Chunhua said firmly, "After Qin Huayu comes back, you and I will go to the secret realm together. This is not negotiable." After saying that, Song Chunhua stared at Yang Dingtian, full of determination. Yang Dingtian could only nod. 10 hours later, Qin Huayu and the others came back. Yang Dingtian asked, "Did you have any breakthroughs in your cultivation?" The three of them shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have any breakthroughs. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "Don't worry, the breakthrough after swallowing the mystic flame will be unimaginable." Song Chunhua said, "City Lord Yang, it's time for us to recover our mystic qi." After saying that, she grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm without any room for discussion and directly walked forward. Suddenly, the little Princess Vulture's gaze became even more ambiguous. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua walked back along the maze of Devil Prison Cave. Just now, the demonic fire phoenix turned the entire Devil Prison Cave into magma, and all the monsters inside were in chaos. When Yang Dingtian returned, he found that the layout of the maze of Devil Prison Cave had not changed, but the outer layer had completely changed. After the magma solidified, it became a kind of porcelain surface, and it was suffused with a strange luster, making the entire devil prison cave harder and smoother, somewhat like a crystal palace. On the way back, there were at least dozens of monsters lying on the ground. Even if this ice spirit's cultivation has regressed, it can still kill all these monsters. It's so powerful that it's beyond our imagination, Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Soon, the two of them walked to the starting point of Devil Prison Cave. In front of them was a slightly distorted light screen. This was the space-time crack that led to the secret realm of Despair City. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua walked forward into the light screen. Suddenly, their minds lost all consciousness for a short time. When they regained consciousness, they were already in the passage to the secret realm. After walking through the passage, they had already arrived at the stone cave. The stone table was still there, and on it was still the chess game that Yang Dingtian and the ice spirit had finished playing. But the ice spirit was not here. The door to her room was closed at this time. She was probably in her room at this time, and had no intention of coming out. "Let's go," Yang Dingtian said. Then, they walked to the main hall on the first floor. Coming to the holy light pillar, Yang Dingtian found that Qin Ji was no longer here. Most of the time, she would be lazily sitting under the pillar, dressing up and looking at the mirror. But soon, Yang Dingtian heard the sound of water flowing. Then, in the shadows far away from the main hall, he could vaguely see a graceful naked body. At this time, Qin Ji was taking a bath. Yang Dingtian immediately looked away and sat under the holy light pillar with Song Chunhua to absorb profound energy. The profound energy under the holy light pillar was indeed unimaginably dense. Compared to Devil Prison Cave, it was almost 100 times denser. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and immediately felt the entrance of all the profound veins in his body completely open. Then, an incomparably pure profound energy surged out. It was so comfortable. It was really like rain after a long drought. Yang Dingtian's chi vessel and mystic meridians were extremely hungry as they greedily devoured this purest mystic chi. Bang! 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 In almost a short period of time, Yang Dingtian's energy sea trembled slightly. These were all small breakthroughs. Then, Yang Dingtian's energy sea began to completely expand. Boom! Without any obstruction, Yang Dingtian's mind and body completely entered into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through again. The terrifying experience in Devil Prison Cave had caused him to regress from a 6-star Martial Venerable to a 1-star Martial Venerable, causing him to suffer the greatest injury in history. Now, in a short period of time, he had once again broken through from a 1-star Martial Venerable to a 2-star Martial Venerable. Just as Yang Dingtian was enjoying the aftertaste of his breakthrough, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes were almost dazzled. It was Qin Ji. Moreover, she had just come out of the bath. Her fragrance was overflowing and her beauty radiated in all directions. Yang Dingtian looked away and said, "What's wrong?" "I've used up my condensation pills. There's not enough for me to wash my clothes. Give me a few." Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was helpless and pretended to grab a handful from his arms and give it to her. "Also, be careful when you come back. I only took a bath when I saw Qin Huayu and the others leave. I also asked if anyone would come next. The little girl from Vulture said that no one would come, so I went to take a bath. In the end, you came." Qin Ji said, "I'm as pure as snow. If you saw me bathing, who would it belong to?" Yang Dingtian could only nod. He would never quarrel with her. This woman was abnormal and had no bottom line. No matter what he fought with her, he would not win. After taking away the condensation pills, Qin Ji left gracefully and returned to the dark corner to wash her clothes. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes again and breathed in and out. Soon, the profound qi surged out again and entered his qi sea. Bang, 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 the qi sea soon trembled again. After trembling 9 times, Yang Dingtian's qi sea began to expand, expand, and expand. Boom, his entire body entered nothingness and emptiness. Yang Dingtian broke through again. From a 2-star martial venerable, he recovered to a 3-star martial venerable. Just like that, time passed by minute by minute. Qin Ji had finished washing her clothes and continued to sit under a pillar not far from Yang Dingtian. She held a mirror and carefully put on her makeup. That's right, she spent the past dozens of days in the secret realm like this. She was always looking in the mirror and putting on makeup. It took her 4 to 5 hours to put on makeup. After putting on makeup, she used the mirror to admire herself for 3 to 4 hours. Then she washed off her makeup and put on new makeup. As a result, Yang Dingtian saw a shape-shifting demoness. This woman was already extremely beautiful. Coupled with the various styles of makeup that were all at the peak of perfection, Qin Ji could amaze everyone every time. Her beauty stunned everyone for a few seconds. Every time this happened, Qin Ji was the happiest. Therefore, in the end, the little princess had no bottom line to ask Qin Ji for her makeup skills. Later, when Yang Dingtian and the others were cultivating under the holy light pillar, the little princess Vulture was almost always with Qin Ji. Then, Vulture also enjoyed Qin Ji's makeup skills, which made her delicate face even more soul-stirring. However, Qin Ji had a very accurate grasp of one thing. No matter how beautiful Vulture was with makeup, she would never surpass herself. She would always be beautiful. At most, she would not completely suppress the little girl. The little girl did not know that she had become a green leaf. She was still happily raising her little face for others to see. Therefore, in the end, Yang Dingtian often inadvertently saw the 2 women being unusually close. Regarding this, Qin Huaiyu had secretly warned the little princess Vulture that Qin Ji was once a man. In the end, the little princess Vulture's reply made everyone burst out laughing. They did not try to persuade her anymore. Her reply was, "I know. It's more fun this way." 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. 10 hours. 24 hours passed. At this time, there were only about 20 hours left before the demon spirit demon fire bloomed. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. His entire body was surging with incomparably vigorous and huge energy. He looked at Song Chunhua and was about to apologize for making her wait. However, he did not expect that Song Chunhua still had her eyes closed and was in the middle of breathing. Ah! Why is it like this? Yang Dingtian was extremely surprised. He could not help but look at Qin Ji. Do I look good? Qin Ji moved the mirror away and looked at Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's gaze was slightly dazed. She was more than just good-looking. She was simply gorgeous and breathtaking. At this moment, Qin Ji had put on an extremely gorgeous makeup. Furthermore, it was slightly thick. Especially her lips, which were really like raging flames. Also, her eyes. It was unknown what method she used, but her pupils actually turned blue. This kind of oppressive glamour directly pierced Yang Dingtian's eyes. Then I am at ease. Qin Ji let out a breath of relief and said, "My face is too small and inclined towards seductiveness. It's not magnanimous enough. I thought that I would not be able to pull off this kind of makeup. Therefore, I did it for a very long time and did not dare to do it. Today, I finally made up my mind. After painting for 20 hours, I was still worried that it would not look good. Seeing your reaction, I am finally at ease." After that, Qin Ji admired herself in the mirror and said proudly, "Yang Dingtian, my appearance is more suitable to be the empress of a city than Shimen Yanyan. It's gorgeous and magnanimous. I originally thought that only Mu Dan and Dugu Fengwu would be able to pull off this kind of makeup." Speaking of Mu Dan and Dugu Fengwu, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel gloomy. He then changed the topic and said, Song Chunhua, has she not woken up yet? No. Qin Ji said indifferently, she has not woken up at all. After that, she continued to be intoxicated by her own beauty. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Because her cultivation had regressed a lot, it caused a huge amount of space in her qi vessel. Therefore, this was a revenge increase in cultivation, which was why she needed 20 hours. Song Chunhua shouldn't need such a long time to absorb the mystic qi. Yang Dingtian, I have decided. After I go out, I want to be a prostitute. I want to turn everyone upside down. I want to charm all the men in the world. Qin Ji suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was originally concerned about Song Chunhua, but after hearing Qin Ji's words, he couldn't help but get a shock. Qin Ji's ambition was to be a prostitute. This was really out of the ordinary. Of course, I am selling my skills, not my body. I want my fame to surpass Third Lady Gongsun. I want to become the dream lover of all the men in the world. No matter where I go, countless men will go crazy for me. Qin Ji said passionately, of course, if I meet someone I like, I don't mind having a good time with him. Yang Dingtian said, you should remember that we might not let you go out alive because you killed many innocent people. Oh, that's right. Qin Ji said, that's really a pity. It wasn't easy for me to find my dream. Following that, Qin Ji continued to look at herself in the mirror and said, but it doesn't matter. For the next few days, I will fantasize about myself being the most beautiful woman in the world and turning everyone upside down. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. There was probably no one who could surpass this perverted and beautiful woman in front of him who was indifferent to life and death. Yang Dingtian ignored the half-crazy Qin Ji and looked at Song Chunhua with concern. Suddenly, Song Chunhua's face gradually revealed a fiery light. Her body began to tremble. Then, a dazzling light burst out from her body. Yang Dingtian even faintly felt that there was a rumbling sound coming from the horizon. Ah! Song Chunhua screamed, and then suddenly opened her eyes. What happened to you? Yang Dingtian asked with concern. I think I broke through. Song Chunhua said. How much did you break through? Yang Dingtian asked. More than 10 levels. Song Chunhua said, I was originally an 8-star 9th level revered martial artist. Then, I didn't make any progress. This time, I didn't have much hope of breaking through because I didn't go through any intense training. I didn't expect that I would break through to the 9-star 9th level revered martial artist. I even faintly felt that my sea of qi was about to break through to the master level. But I was still suppressed and stopped at the 9-star 9th level, infinitely close to the master level. Song Chunhua almost broke through to the master level. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Why do you think it's like this? I didn't go through any training at all during this period of time. Song Chunhua asked. It should be that Naga's Xian veins. It valiantly transformed your Xian veins and sea of qi, forcibly expanding a huge space. Yang Dingtian said. Oh, that's right. Song Chunhua said, after you washed my marrow and meridians, I felt that my whole body was light and floating. It was as if there was a gust of wind flowing in my Xian veins. I've never felt that my Xian veins were so light and powerful. It's a pity that you didn't break through to the master level. Yang Dingtian said. I'm already very satisfied. Song Chunhua said, it's more difficult for a martial artist to cultivate. Although it's only half a step from a 9-star revered martial artist to a master level, it's actually very, very difficult. The time needed may be longer than a 1-star revered martial artist to a 9-star revered martial artist. Moreover, it's also a special opportunity. Therefore, almost all the experts in this world are stuck in the revered martial artist position and will never be able to break through to the master level. Only by breaking through to the master level can one have a place at the top of the pyramid in this world. You definitely won't stop at the master level. Yang Dingtian said. I believe you. However, if I can break through to the master level within a year, it will be a great surprise. Song Chunhua said. Alright, it's not long before the Xian flame blooms. We should go to Devil Prison Cave. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two of them left the main hall and headed to Devil Prison Cave. On the way, Song Chunhua asked, how much of your Xian Qi have you recovered? 5-star revered martial artist. Yang Dingtian said. It turned out that Yang Dingtian's cultivation was a 6-star third-class revered martial artist. In the near-death battle in Devil Prison Cave, his Sea of Qi was injured and his cultivation regressed to a 1-star revered martial artist. This time, he recovered to a 5-star revered martial artist under the Holy Light Pillar. Sigh. Song Chunhua sighed. I'm already very satisfied. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Actually, you also really need this demon spirit demon fire. Song Chunhua said, are you sure you want to give it to Qinhuayu? Of course, there's no room for discussion. Yang Dingtian said, I can't win against the evil ways by myself. We need more and more allies, and we need powerful allies. I will follow you forever. Song Chunhua said solemnly, even though she didn't know how many times she had said this. Yang Dingtian returned to the end of Devil Prison Cave and came to the place where the Xian flame was about to bloom. There was a floating circular platform here. At this moment, Qinhuayu and the others were sitting cross-legged on it. The little Princess Vulture's gaze kept wandering between Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua, and her expression became even more strange. Song Chunhua stepped forward and twisted her ear, saying, Girl, if you look at me like that again, I promise I'll beat you until you cry. Sister Chunhua, don't be guilty. I didn't say anything. The little girl screamed and begged for mercy. Girl, please don't joke with me like this in the future. Song Chunhua said seriously, Song Chunhua, will never marry. I'm a warrior, not a woman. I see City Lord Yang as my lifelong leader. I hope you won't blaspheme our relationship. Seeing her incomparably serious appearance, the little Princess Vulture said embarrassedly, Okay, I understand. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, Chunhua's cultivation has broken through to the 9th rank martial venerable because of the cleansing of her marrow and meridians. She's only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. When these words came out, everyone immediately exclaimed and looked at Song Chunhua with envy and joy. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and patted Qinhuayu's shoulder, saying, Senior brother Qin, it's your turn next. The breakthrough brought about by swallowing the Xian flame is something you don't dare to imagine. So, perhaps you're the fastest among us to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Qinhuayu originally wanted to give up the Xian flame, but he knew that it would be useless. He immediately bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian. Okay, there should only be one day before the Xian flame blooms. Everyone, sit in a circle and quietly wait for the Xian flame to bloom. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Everyone said. Then, the 5 of them sat side by side and closed their eyes, waiting quietly. Time passed by minute by minute. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. 10 hours. 16 hours. 20 hours. 20 hours. 24 hours. Everyone opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and some uneasiness. Because the demon spirit demon fire would bloom at this time only because the ice spirit said so. The demon fire demon phoenix guarded and occupied this Xian flame, but it didn't say when it would bloom. Although everyone knew that the ice spirit wouldn't lie, they still couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, an incomparably beautiful and enchanting flame gently jumped and appeared out of thin air. It floated on the platform and floated in front of everyone. The Xian flame bloomed. The demon spirit demon fire bloomed. That's right, this was the Xian flame. Everyone could clearly feel it at the first moment, because that clear spirit, that clear energy, and that clear life force was something that no other flame possessed. Yang Dingtian also felt it at the first moment. This was the Xian flame. It wasn't a mixed flame or an illusory void flame. The million spirit demon fire had the illusory void flame, but it didn't mean that the demon spirit demon fire also had the illusory void flame. The million spirit demon fire was divided into yin and yang, but there was only one demon spirit demon fire. This was the true mystic flame that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. The Xian flame that could allow a martial artist to be reborn and advance by leaps and bounds. In about 7 minutes, the Xian flame would bloom and mature. When it matured, as long as a martial artist summoned it and gently devoured it, it would enter the martial artist's sea of qi and become the martial artist's lifelong comrade or even a part of him. 7 minutes. Time passed by minute by minute. This Xian flame became more and more beautiful, brighter and more breathtaking. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for it to bloom and mature completely. Chapter 421. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Yang Dingtian almost held his breath as he looked at the blooming mystic flame. He watched as the flame became bigger and bigger, more and more beautiful and enchanting. That's right, enchanting. It really did not look like a flame, but more like a flower. In fact, after a while, its color had stopped changing too much. It was still a red flame, just like the Mudan. It was not as glaring as fresh blood, but it was very brilliant. What matured next was a certain temperament of the mystic flame. That's right, temperament. Every mystic flame had its own temperament. Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon flame had a mysterious temperament. The mystic flame in front of them had a luxurious and passionate temperament. The more it bloomed, the clearer everyone could feel its temperament. It was really like a peony, blooming passionately and gorgeously. In fact, it wasn't even burning quietly. Instead, it would jump up and down from time to time. Sometimes, it even leaned over to feel the energy aura around it. Yang Dingtian realized that the flame of this mystic flame was bigger and thicker than Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon flame. Finally, this mystic flame bloomed to the extreme and matured to the extreme. At this moment, it had already started to sway and change into all kinds of beautiful shapes. It was different from other mystic flames. When other mystic flames matured, they were filled with uneasiness, anticipation, and fear. The mystic flame was a flame with life. Therefore, it also had its own emotions. The mystic flame in front of them was like a peacock, but also like a passionate and bold girl, desperately showing off her beauty, hoping that someone would take it away. Of course, this analogy might not be accurate. It made people feel that the mystic flame was like a beautiful and mature girl, longing for a lover. In fact, the relationship between a mystic flame and a martial artist was more like a baby and its parents. However, this mystic flame in front of them was too generous and passionate. It kept showing off its beauty, without the slightest bit of fear like other mystic flames. At this moment, even though everyone knew that this mystic flame was going to be given to Qin Huayu, they could not help but be filled with love for this mystic flame. It was indeed very lovable. It could already be picked. Otherwise, it would quickly disappear and wilt. The next time it bloomed would be many years later. At this moment, everyone was looking at Qin Huayu because Yang Dingtian had said that this profound flame belonged to Qin Huayu. However, Qin Huayu didn't step forward. He just stared at Yang Dingtian, waiting for Yang Dingtian's final decision. Yang Dingtian glared at him, indicating for him to go immediately. Qin Huayu stood up and once again bowed deeply towards Yang Dingtian and everyone else before walking towards the obsidian flame. Immediately, the gorgeous and breathtaking profound flame suddenly scuttled, as if it was filled with curiosity as it looked at the newcomer. Qin Huaiyu came to the side of the mystic flame and sat down cross-legged. His hands lightly grasped the sides of the flame as if he was holding a precious treasure. Of course, it was a supreme treasure. In other words, it surpassed any treasure in the world. Because of the periodic problem of the heaven and earth mystic flame, most of the experts in the world didn't have the fortune to own it. Even the extremely powerful figures like Dongfang Minmi and Zhu Qingzhu didn't have it. Now that Qin Huaiyu had this profound flame, it meant that his cultivation would very likely surpass his formidable father, Qin Wanqiu. He took a deep breath. Qin Huaiyu looked at this beautiful profound flame and injected a stream of profound qi, gradually approaching it. This process had to be very, very careful. There couldn't be any interruptions. Otherwise, the profound flame might go berserk after being startled. Once the profound flame went berserk, the outcome would be similar to a nuclear bomb explosion. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene. Usually, this was the time when patience was at its finest. One couldn't be a little impatient and definitely couldn't scare the profound flame away. Therefore, the profound flame's speed of approaching had to be very, very slow. One had to let the profound flame fully familiarize itself with the smell of one's energy and then let it approach gently. Because the blooming profound flame was really like a baby, full of anticipation and also full of fear. Because it was about to go to a new home. Of course, this was an ordinary profound flame. The profound flame in front of them was completely different. Sensing the approach of profound qi, this beautiful profound flame suddenly jumped. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Could it be that it was going berserk? But who knew that this red flame would directly spin a circle in the air to express its joy? Then, this flame suddenly pounced and directly charged into Qin Huaiyu's profound qi. Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. It was really his first time seeing such a passionate profound flame. Other profound flames were all very, very careful. Yet, this one directly pounced over and wasn't afraid of entering a very lousy qi sea. Boom! The moment Qin Huaiyu's profound qi and this profound flame merged. This flame suddenly shot up more than a meter high. The outcome was already decided. At this moment, no matter who it was, no one could change the outcome. No one could snatch the profound flame from Qin Huaiyu. If Qin Huaiyu was killed now, then the profound flame, which had already regarded Qin Huaiyu as its master but had yet to enter the qi sea, would use its greatest fury and madness to avenge Qin Huaiyu. That would be the profound flame going berserk, equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Phew! Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Even though he knew that there wouldn't be any unforeseen events during the process of swallowing the profound flame, Yang Dingtian was still very nervous just now. Now that everything was settled, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! This beautiful profound flame suddenly dispersed and turned into thousands of strands of beautiful energy, instantly filling the entire space. This was the profound flame preparing to enter the qi sea. Because its energy was too strong, it couldn't enter the master's qi sea at all. So it would turn into thousands of strands of energy and enter the master's qi sea from every profound vein entrance. Everyone looked at the red strands that filled the sky with amazement. Countless red threads danced and danced around Qin Huaiyu. Whoosh! Then, they quickly drilled into all the profound veins in Qin Huaiyu's body. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu's body emitted a dazzling light. At this time, what Qin Huaiyu had to do was to refine the profound flame's energy and guide it into his qi sea, turning it into his own heart flame. The profound flame turned into thousands of strands and existed for a limited time in this space. The master could only swallow as much as he could. Therefore, this was the time to test the master's profound veins and qi sea's talent. Qin Huaiyu closed his eyes and quietly accepted and refined the countless strands of profound flame's energy. This process would probably last for several hours. Of course, the most important thing was that the profound flame's energy that was swallowed in the first 15 minutes was more than 80% of the final energy that was swallowed. Looking at Qin Huayu, who was quietly swallowing the profound flame's energy, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, I really hope that Qin Huayu can break through to the master level this time. That would have an extraordinary meaning to us. At least, it would be a strong shock to his father. I hope that you'll break through to the master level first, Song Chunhua said. Whether I break through to the master level first or not, it won't affect anything. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, previously, among the three of us, my cultivation was the lowest. Speaking of which, it's really funny. At that time, Qin Huayu and I were enemies. For the peace of Cloud Sky City, I had no choice but to make a deal with him. Therefore, the so-called finding a profound flame for him was completely a scam. At that time, I didn't even think of realizing it. I didn't expect that we would actually become comrades in the end. I also really found a profound flame for him. Yes, you're so generous. Why didn't you find one for me? Little Princess Vulture pouted and said. You already have the third profound flame in the world. Why are you still fighting for it? Yang Dingtian smiled and said. Who would complain about having more profound flames? The little girl said, to tell you the truth, I almost fought with Qin Huayu for this profound flame just now. I almost wanted to inject my profound qi into it. However, I thought that if I did that, you guys would look down on me. Therefore, I thought about it and decided not to. Yang Dingtian, don't you think my character is very bad? Am I very greedy? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, you're just a child. Everyone wants something good when they see it. This profound flame, not only me, but also Chunhua and Xiaomu also want it. However, we're adults. We'll restrain our desires. Little Princess Vulture said, then I'd better not grow up. I'll be at a disadvantage if I grow up. Then, Little Princess Vulture's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed outside and said, Yang Dingtian, look. What's that? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw that the entire abyss was now filled with countless red light particles. They were endless and covered hundreds of miles of the abyss. Suddenly, the entire dark abyss seemed especially beautiful and dreamy. Yang Dingtian, what kind of light is this? Little Princess Vulture asked. I don't know either, Yang Dingtian said. Then, these light particles gradually condensed and condensed towards the center. Suddenly, it became brighter and brighter. When it condensed to a size of hundreds of meters, everyone saw its shape clearly. It was the shape of a phoenix. Yes, it was the shape of a magical fire demonic phoenix. Little Princess Vulture was shocked and said, is the magical fire demonic phoenix resurrected? Then we have to call Bing Ling. We're no match for her at all. Yang Dingtian also suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Because this was indeed the shape of a magical fire demonic phoenix. If the magical fire demonic phoenix really resurrected, then no matter how weak it was, everyone present would be no match for it. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian held the egg of the magical fire demonic phoenix in his arms. If it really did murder, then he had no choice but to use its child as a hostage. However, the condensed fire phoenix didn't show any fierceness. It was still condensing, condensing, and condensing. From hundreds of meters, it condensed to only dozens of meters. Dozens of meters. At this time, this fire phoenix was so gorgeous and bright that people couldn't look at it directly. Its light even surpassed the sunlight in the sky. However, the fire phoenix was still condensing. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. 1 foot. 5 inches. 3 inches. 1 inch. In the end, it condensed to only about 1 inch. It was still in the shape of a flying phoenix. But because it was too small, the phoenix's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. It was more like a ball of flame. Yes, it was like a ball of flame. It was fiery red and incomparably gorgeous. It floated in the air, burning passionately and beautifully. The entire abyss was filled with its powerful and fiery energy. What is this? Why do I feel that it's similar to the mystic fire just now? Little Princess Vulture couldn't help but ask. Yang Dingtian suddenly couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, it was very similar to the magical fire just now. Then, Yang Dingtian was ecstatic and thought of a possibility. This magical fire demonic phoenix had swallowed many mystic fires in the past thousands of years. And it was a fire energy creature. Could it be that although Bing Ling smashed it into pieces, the mystic fire energy it swallowed was not completely destroyed? At this time, it was attracted by the magical fire again and began to condense again. If that was the case, then although the flame in front of them was extremely fragile and had been severely injured by Bing Ling, it was still a brand new flame condensed by more than a dozen mystic fires inside the magical fire demonic phoenix. Follow me. Yang Dingtian. Then, they couldn't help but fly to the side of the phoenix flame. Yes, it was really a mystic fire. Because everyone felt the unique spiritual energy, life and soul of the mystic fire. However, it was also a special mystic fire. Not only was it as passionate and generous as the magical fire just now, but it also had the arrogance of the magical fire phoenix. Not only did it desperately release its power and beauty in the air, but it also desperately looked forward to being devoured by others. However, it was also very reserved and arrogant, as if it was looking down on others. This kind of passionate and unrestrained temperament, as well as arrogant and reserved, caused the hearts of everyone to sway. Yes, it was related to the magical fire demonic phoenix, but it was definitely not the soul of the magical fire demonic phoenix. Because its childishness and naivety matched the characteristics of every mystic fire. This should be a specially modified mystic fire. If they had to give it a name, then they would call it the Heavenly Phoenix Fire. The Heavenly Phoenix Fire gently flapped its wings and flew in front of everyone. It desperately displayed its beauty and desperately wanted others to collect it. However, at the same time, she would always raise her little head and show her incomparably proud appearance. Yang Dingtian and the others were completely stunned. They didn't expect that not only did they find a mystic fire for Qin Huayu, but they also found a brand new mystic fire. An incomparably beautiful and complicated heavenly phoenix fire. Instantly, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian. At this time, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. This mystic fire should belong to Yang Dingtian. Especially Song Chunhua, she clearly knew that Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic fire needed energy. If it devoured this heavenly phoenix fire, the darkness mystic fire might mature directly. Although Yang Dingtian had the million spirit demonic fire, he was indeed the one who needed the mystic fire the most. City Lord Yang, quickly devour this flame. This is destined to be your compensation. Song Chunhua said. Chapter 422. Yang Dingtian looked at the beautiful and fervent heavenly phoenix flame that was spreading its wings and flying. This was another mystic flame that grew under special circumstances. He didn't know what kind of energy it had, but it shouldn't be any worse than Qin Huayu's. The demonic fire demonic phoenix had devoured more than a dozen mystic flames. Although it was killed by the ice spirit, the remaining mystic flame energy in its body and the demonic fire demonic phoenix's aura formed a brand new mystic flame. Even though most of the energy was destroyed by the ice spirit, the remaining heavenly phoenix flame should still be very powerful. At this moment, the heavenly phoenix flame couldn't care less about being reserved. It could clearly feel the existence of living beings around it. It couldn't wait to look around. It was different from ordinary mystic flames. If ordinary mystic flames weren't collected, they would bloom again in a few decades or centuries. If no one collected this heavenly phoenix fire, it would completely dissipate. Therefore, it had already started to spread its wings in front of people, hovering and swaying. City Lord Yang, what are you waiting for? Song Chunhua asked. Chunhua, you do it, Yang Dingtian said. You're crazy. Song Chunhua shouted, you're crazy. A leader shouldn't be like you. It's not giving all the good things to your subordinates. It's not enough to be a good leader just because you're noble and modest. If you do this, you'll disappoint me. Look for yourself. This heavenly phoenix flame has already chosen its master. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone looked over. Indeed. This heavenly phoenix flame first flew to Yang Dingtian and hovered in front of him. It was a little restless and very tempted. However, it was also a little resistant. It was very tempted because of Yang Dingtian's 9 yang mystic veins. But as for why it resisted Yang Dingtian, he didn't know. Maybe it was because Yang Dingtian already had the million spirit demonic fire in his body. Or maybe it was because Yang Dingtian had the darkness mystic flame, which made other flames fear. This heavenly phoenix flame was very proud. It wanted to be the boss after entering the Sea of Qi, so it didn't want to share the favor with others. Finally, it reluctantly but resolutely flew away from Yang Dingtian. Then, it flew in front of the little princess. Immediately, the little princess became excited and said fervently, choose me, I will treat you very, very well. However, it was clear that the little girl was going to be disappointed, because the heavenly phoenix flame only stayed in front of her for a moment before leaving. He walked up to Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu immediately held his breath, not daring to move an inch. Who would have thought that the heavenly phoenix fire would actually use its wing tip to prod Zhao Mu? Finally, it flew to Song Chunhua. It gently approached the tip of Song Chunhua's nose. Song Chunhua immediately turned her body away, indicating that she absolutely did not want it. Who would have thought that the heavenly phoenix flame would become excited instead? Whoosh! Its body, which was less than an inch long, suddenly lengthened to a full half a foot long. Then, it happily flapped its wings and flew around Song Chunhua, as if it was desperately calling out, come, pick me, pick me. However, Song Chunhua ignored him and turned to leave. The heavenly phoenix flame was anxious and hurriedly chased after her. It turned its head, spread its wings, acted cute, and danced. It even repeatedly wished that it could dive into Song Chunhua's energy reserve, but unfortunately, it could not do so. It must be guided by a martial artist's mystical qi. Chunhua, stop right there. Yang Dingtian shouted. Song Chunhua said coldly, I've said it very clearly. I won't take this mystical flame. It's up to you whether you want it or not, but I definitely won't take it. However, it has already chosen its master, Yang Dingtian said. This is not up to it, Song Chunhua said. This is an order, Yang Dingtian said. This is a random order, Song Chunhua said. Suddenly, the two of them were in a deadlock. The little princess was extremely anxious at the side and said, if you don't swallow it, it will dissipate. Don't waste it recklessly. Of course, if you really don't want it, I will take it myself. Of course, the heavenly phoenix flame was even more anxious than the little princess. It acted coquettishly and acted cute, flew around and made a scene. It used all kinds of methods, but Song Chunhua was not tempted and did not guide it. If she did not want it, it would scatter into ashes and completely dissipate. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and approached Song Chunhua. Immediately, the heavenly phoenix flame straightened its wings and looked at Yang Dingtian warily, as if to say, what do you want to do? You're not my cup of tea. Don't you dare take it. You saw it too. This heavenly phoenix flame is very wary of me. If I force it, something big will happen. It will make the mystical flame go berserk, Yang Dingtian said. Song Chunhua said, okay, then you don't have to take it. But I definitely don't want it. No matter what you say, I won't take it. I only know one thing. You need the mystical flame more than I do. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, give me your hand. I'll tell you a possible secret. Song Chunhua stretched out her hand and Yang Dingtian wrote on her palm. He wrote about a dozen words. Immediately, Song Chunhua showed a look of disbelief and said, "Really? I'm not sure, but it's more or less like that," Yang Dingtian said. No wonder, no wonder." Song Chunhua said. "Now, you can swallow this heavenly phoenix flame without worry," Yang Dingtian said. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian for a while and nodded. "Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? What are you talking about?" Yang Dingtian, you can't be so biased. You didn't tell us but told Sister Chunhua. Little Princess Vulture said discontentedly. "Shut up," Song Chunhua said, "don't ask anything." Then, Song Chunhua looked at the heavenly phoenix flame and stared at it. However, the heavenly phoenix flame was obviously more anxious than her. It flew over with a whoosh and directly came to the tip of Song Chunhua's nose. Song Chunhua channeled a stream of mystical energy and was about to inject it into the heavenly phoenix flame. The heavenly phoenix flame desperately wanted to enter Song Chunhua's sea of qi, but it had no way out. At this moment, Song Chunhua just drew out a stream of mystical energy. Whoosh! It was completely impatient, as if it was afraid that Song Chunhua would go back on her words. It suddenly drilled into Song Chunhua's mystical energy. Boom! After it merged with Song Chunhua's mystical energy, the heavenly phoenix flame suddenly leaped up and turned into a flame that was a few meters tall. It cheered and surged. This was a mystical flame that had seen the world. It was more emotional than ordinary mystical flames. After it cheered and jumped enough, boom! It suddenly exploded in the air and turned into thousands of strands of energy. It was really like the most beautiful fireworks. These thousands of strands of energy instantly dazzled the entire abyss. When the mystical flame that Qin Huayu swallowed earlier exploded into thousands of strands, it only filled the space of a few hundred meters. This heavenly phoenix flame, on the other hand, had a space of a few thousand or even tens of thousands of meters. Then, these thousands of strands of mystical flame energy drilled into Song Chunhua's body. Suddenly, Song Chunhua floated and sat cross-legged. She quietly swallowed and refined these thousands of strands of mystical flame energy. This would take another few hours. Yang Dingtian, Zhao Mu, and the little princess found a place to sit cross-legged in the vulture palace. At the moment, it was very safe. There was no need to guard Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu. The little princess was bored to death. There were a few times when she wanted to go to the main hall to play with Qin Ji, but she was too embarrassed to say it. Yang Dingtian was now somewhat glad that the little girl met him first. Otherwise, with her personality that did not distinguish between good and evil and only cared about having fun, if she played with people of the evil ways first, the entire vulture palace would probably follow her into the evil ways. At that time, Yang Dingtian would have no time to cry. "Brother, after we go back, I plan to close Horror Mountain Village," Zhao Mu suddenly said. "Why?" Yang Dingtian was shocked. "This is the foundation of your ancestors for hundreds of years." Zhao Mu said, "In the current situation, there are already things that are more important than our ancestors' foundation. I plan to enter Cloud Sky City and bring all the loyal warriors of Horror Mountain Village to Cloud Sky City." Yang Dingtian was shocked. He said, "Brother Zhao, have you thought about it?" "Yes," Zhao Mu said. Zhao Mu said, "If our side wins, I will leave Cloud Sky City and go back to rebuild Horror Mountain Village. If we lose, then there will definitely be Horror Mountain Village." Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He only stretched out his hand. Zhao Mu stretched out his hand and shook Yang Dingtian's. This time in the secret realm, he had obtained many treasures, including 2 mystic flames. Zhao Mu did not have a share in any of them. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian owed Zhao Mu a great debt of gratitude. However, Yang Dingtian did not explain anything from the beginning to the end. because he knew that there was no need for an explanation. These treasures, these mystic flames, Yang Dingtian distributed them according to their needs and not according to their feelings. The things that were most useful to the person would be given to. This kind of reasonableness and fairness, even a child's vulture was clear in her heart. If there was any unfairness, it would be that Yang Dingtian gave her the ring of protection to take care of the little girl's playfulness and her fondness for good things. Yang Dingtian, we will be leaving soon. After we leave, what are your plans? Little Princess Vulture asked. There are only about 20 days left before Qin Chichi's army attacks, Yang Dingtian said. But there are too many things that we need to do. I heard that you like to arrange marriages. At the beginning, you planned to marry Sister Chunhua to Qin Huayu. Later on, when it didn't work out, you married Song Lihua to Qin Huayu. Little Princess Vulture said, don't tell me that you have designs on me and are planning to marry me to someone to form a bigger alliance with you. If I marry you to someone like you, wouldn't that be harming others and pushing them into the fire pit? Who would dare to marry you? Yang Dingtian laughed. Yang Dingtian, I will fight it out with you, Little Princess Vulture said. Then, she came over and pinched Yang Dingtian's arm. Yang Dingtian was in so much pain that his face trembled. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Zhao Mu frowned and said coldly, Miss Vulture, I will tell young Master Song about this matter. Instantly, the little girl's delicate body trembled. She hurriedly let go of Yang Dingtian and said stubbornly, those who like to snitch are all vile people. Fine, I will say it. Do you think I am afraid of her? Then, she couldn't help but touch her little ears. Song Chunhua would always pinch her ears and lift them up. It was really painful. Therefore, the little girl felt that her ears were burning. A few hours passed. Suddenly, Qin Huayu's body shook violently. His face turned red. Then, a faint rumbling sound came from above his head. The platform beneath him also trembled faintly. Boom! Then, a bright light suddenly burst out from his body. However, just as this bright light was about to explode, it was extinguished. Yang Dingtian felt a wave of regret in his heart. What a pity, what a pity. Qin Huayu was about to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Sigh. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh. If Qin Huayu had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, how shocking would it have been when he returned to Cloud Sky City? What a pity. At this moment, the sky suddenly rumbled and there was a burst of thunder. Then, the air in the entire abyss suddenly surged. Pa! A red bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Song Chunhua's delicate body trembled. Then, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Boom! The fiery red light suddenly burst out from Song Chunhua's body. It exploded powerfully without the slightest bit of effort. Then, the ferocious flames instantly surrounded Song Chunhua. The light that shot out from Song Chunhua's body was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. Good! Yang Dingtian hammered his fist. Song Chunhua had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Although Yang Dingtian had long been mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement when he saw that Song Chunhua had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Song Chunhua was undoubtedly the most loyal person to Yang Dingtian. She was the most determined person to fight against evil ways. Her breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm was undoubtedly a huge incentive for Yang Dingtian's career. This meant that Song Chunhua should be the second young expert to break through to the Grandmaster realm after Dongfang Bingling. Of course, although she was almost 10 years older than Dongfang Bingling, she was still of the same generation as Dongfang Bingling. At this moment, Qin Huayu opened his eyes and found Yang Dingtian immediately. Brother, I almost broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. His words were full of excitement and regret. But I'm already satisfied. I originally thought that I would need at least 3 or even 5 years to break through to the Grandmaster realm. I didn't expect that I would almost step into the Grandmaster realm today. Qin Huayu was full of excitement. Then, he saw the abnormality in Song Chuanhua's body and asked in surprise, "What happened to young Lord Song?" Little Princess Vulture couldn't wait to tell him what had happened. "Really?" Qin Huayu said excitedly, "That's great. Young Lord Song has broken through to the Grandmaster realm. It's really a big boost for us. This family and the world society are one step closer to us." Then, Qin Huayu said, "It's a pity. If only brother had swallowed this heavenly phoenix fire." Then, Qin Huayu said, "Brother, now that I've returned to Qin City to compete with Qin Chichi for this position, I'm full of confidence. At most next year, I'll be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm. This result is even better than my father's in the past. He should be satisfied." Immediately, Qin Huayu came in front of Yang Dingtian and knelt down on one knee with his sword in hand. He said, "I, Qin Huayu, swear once again that I will forever be loyal to the hidden sex master, Yang Dingtian. I will forever be loyal to the Tiando League and will forever fight against evil ways. If I violate this oath, let the 2 moons and 2 suns destroy me. Let the chaotic land drown me. Let my ancestors be buried underground and never be reincarnated." Once he said this, little Princess Vulture was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. He's the hidden sex master. How can it be? How can it be? Yang Dingtian didn't bother about the little princess, Spirit Vulture, and helped Qin Huayu up and said, "Senior brother Qin, your current cultivation isn't enough to shock the entire Qin city. It isn't enough to convince all the vassals in Qin City. You have to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Only then will it be enough." "Grandmaster?" Qin Huayu said in shock, "I didn't break through to the Grandmaster realm after swallowing the mystic fire. I'm afraid it's impossible in a short time." Yang Dingtian took out a section of Naga mystic veins and handed it to Qin Huayu. He said, "You already have the mystic fire. Take this section of Naga mystic veins to cleanse your marrow and meridians. After you're done, go under the Saint Light Pillar and absorb the mystic chi. I believe it's enough for you to break through to the Grandmaster realm." Qin Huayu's eyes suddenly lit up. He pushed it away with both hands and said, "Brother, I can't take any more. I've already taken too much from you. I can't take any more. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the Tiando League." Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Qin Huayu took it with both hands. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu and said, "Brother Zhao, there's still one more section. I'll keep it for you. When you break through to the honorable martial artist level, use the Naga mystic veins to cleanse your marrow and meridians. It'll be twice the result with half the effort." Zhao Mu trembled. He bowed and said, "Yes." Immediately, the little Princess Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian with eagerness. Yang Dingtian touched her head and said, "I'm sorry, little girl. I've used up the Naga mystic veins. There's no more." The little girl immediately pouted. She wasn't really greedy. She was just a child. When she saw Yang Dingtian give something to others, she wanted a share. It didn't matter if this thing was precious or not. Qin Huayu found a jade platform and used his sword to carve a groove. Yang Dingtian gave him the best medicine and crystals. He also gave him the condensation pill to make the best medicine for cleansing his marrow and meridians. Then, Qin Huayu entered the medicine. Yang Dingtian's back was facing the medicine pool as he guarded Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu already had the mystic fire, so he didn't need Yang Dingtian to help him cleanse the Naga mystic veins. Huff, under the burning of the mystic fire, Naga's purple mystic veins suddenly turned into countless purple rays of light, dazzling the surrounding hundreds of meters. Then, these purple rays of light began to condense and condense. Finally, they completely condensed in Qin Huaiyu's palm. Puff! Then, he suddenly forced the energy of Naga's purple mystic veins into his own mystic veins. Qin Huaiyu suddenly let out an incomparably painful sound. He didn't have the yin-yang qi transformation technique, so he needed to use the energy of Naga's purple mystic veins to cut his mystic veins inch by inch, from head to tail. Because the energy of the sacred water pill had seeped into the medicine and he also had the mystic fire, he didn't need to worry about his body exploding. But this kind of pain was completely indescribable. Time passed by minute. Qin Huaiyu used the mystic fire to cut his own mystic veins inch by inch. Then, he used the Naga's purple mystic veins to transform his mystic veins inch by inch, transforming his qi. He endured hellish pain, but he didn't let out a scream from the beginning to the end. After a full 6 hours, Qin Huaiyu's hoarse voice came from behind Yang Dingtian. It was as if he had been reborn. Brother, I've succeeded in cleansing my marrow and meridians. These Naga's mystic veins are extremely heaven-defying. They actually raised my mystic veins from the lower 8th grade to the upper 8th grade. Now, I feel as if I'm about to fly. Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly, then gently floated up and left the platform where Qin Huaiyu was. Qin Huaiyu stood up from the medicine pool. His whole body really looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood. He was in so much pain that his face was somewhat distorted. The pain he suffered was even more severe than Song Chuanhua's. Yang Dingtian flew to Song Chuanhua's side. At this moment, Song Chunhua opened her eyes slightly and said, I've broken through to the master stage. I know. Yang Dingtian said. Not only have I broken through to the master stage, but I'm also a 2-star 8th grade master. Song Chunhua said. What? This time, Yang Dingtian was also surprised. This heavenly phoenix fire was so amazing. Not only did it help Song Chunhua break through to the master stage, but she was also a 2-star 8th grade master. In other words, this heavenly phoenix fire had helped Song Chunhua break through to the star level. How shocking was that? Of course, Yang Dingtian's million spirit demonic fire had helped him break through to the 16-star level. However, at that time, Yang Dingtian had only broken through to the martial ancestor stage from the martial Xian stage. It was incomparable to breaking through to the master stage from the martial revered stage. The energy needed to break through to the master stage from the martial revered stage was astronomical. It was hard to say whether the heavenly phoenix fire's special attributes were better than the million spirit demonic fires. However, in terms of pure energy, it definitely surpassed the million spirit demonic fire. Of course, it also surpassed the mystic fire that Qin Huaiyu had devoured. No wonder. After all, it was formed by more than 10 mystic fires. How is Qin Huaiyu? Song Chunhua asked. He's very close to the master stage. Yang Dingtian said, but I gave him the Naga mystic veins. It should be enough for him to break through to the master stage. We have 2 masters in our team now. Song Chunhua waved her fist and said. At this time, the little girl said from afar, Yang Dingtian, Sister Chunhua, and Qin Huaiyu are done. Let's go back. We should have passed the test. Let's go out. At this time, Qin Huaiyu's face seemed to have some unspeakable troubles. He looked at Yang Dingtian and hesitated. Song Chunhua said, what is it that you can't say? Qin Huaiyu said to Yang Dingtian, brother, there are some things that I don't know if I should say. Yang Dingtian walked over to Qin Huaiyu's side alone. Brother, I vaguely feel that something is wrong. It has to do with the mystic fire that I devoured. Qin Huaiyu said. Alright, you don't have to say any more. Yang Dingtian stopped Qin Huaiyu and said, I know what you want to say. I've been suspicious for a long time. You already know? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. You also suspect? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, what should we do? Qin Huaiyu asked. Now is the most critical and possibly the most dangerous time. Yang Dingtian said seriously, the little girl is still young. Don't tell her anything. You and Song Chunhua bring them back to the first hall. Pretend that nothing happened and directly start absorbing the mystic qi. What about you? Qin Huaiyu asked. I'll go alone. Yang Dingtian said. No, everyone will go together. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Qin Huaiyu said. Facing such a powerful existence, is there a difference between going alone and going together? Yang Dingtian said. This was an order. Return to the first floor of the main hall immediately and pretend that nothing happened. Qin Huaiyu was stunned, then he bowed and said, yes. Immediately, everyone followed the Devil Prison Cave's maze and returned to the Despair City's secret realm. Little Princess Vulture cheered, celebrating that she was going to leave this damned place and regain her freedom. She already knew that the Despair City's trial was over. What did Qin Huaiyu want to tell Yang Dingtian? He suspected that the mystic flame he swallowed was not the real demon spirit demonic flame. It might not even be a heaven and earth mystic flame. It was an earth mystic flame of shocking quality. It was very powerful, but it did not have any special attributes. Of course, he was not dissatisfied or dissatisfied. He just wanted to tell Yang Dingtian about this suspicion and worry. Because if what Qin Huaiyu swallowed was not the real demon spirit demonic flame, not the demon spirit demonic flame ranked fourth among the 9 flames in the world. That meant a strange direction, and that meant a dangerous situation. And there was also a fatal problem. If this was not the real demon spirit demonic flame, then where was the real demon spirit demonic flame? They came to the starting point of the Devil Prison Cave's maze. In front of them was the energy door of the spatial crack. Yang Dingtian said to Song Chunhua and Qin Huaiyu, do you remember what I said just now? Yes. The two said. Then, how long did you not return? We will go find you. Qin Huaiyu asked. 4 hours. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Although she did not know what happened, little Princess Vulture felt a suffocating aura. Okay, let's go. Everyone walked through the light screen and returned to the Despair City's secret realm. Chapter 423. Swoosh. After passing through the spacetime crack's light screen door, Yang Dingtian and the others were in the secret realm's passageway. In front of them was the incomparably beautiful Bing Ling. The passageway was dark, but Bing Ling's body emitted a faint light. Congratulations, you've passed the Despair City's secret realm's trial. You can leave now. Bing Ling said, I'll bring you out. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Bing Ling had been in her room all this time. Who would have thought that she would be waiting here? All right, thank you, Miss Bing Ling, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Bing Ling led the way, and they arrived at the 5th floor's stone room. Then, she patted the stone wall lightly, and a stone door opened. In front of them was a faint light screen door. The light screen door was very thin, and they could vaguely see the scenery outside. Outside was the desolate and strange scenery of the demon domain. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Previously, they felt that the demon domain's scenery was too desolate and strange. Now, after being trapped in the Despair City's secret realm for several months, they felt that the demon domain's scenery was incomparably warm. This light screen door leads to the outside. Bing Ling said, as long as you pass through this door, you can leave. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, that's great, but we still have some things to do. We still need to cultivate under the holy light pillar on the 1st floor. Is that okay? Bing Ling was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, of course. Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huaiyu, you guys go up first. Yes. Qin Huaiyu bowed. Song Chunhua said, how about I stay? No need. Yang Dingtian said. After Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the others left, Yang Dingtian sat down on the stone bench. He took the chess pieces from the chessboard and smiled at Bing Ling. Miss Bing Ling, I've been to the Five Elements Hall's secret realm before. The trials in that secret realm were incomparably difficult, but the final trial sounded very dangerous. In fact, I passed it easily. Is that so? The ice spirit smiled and said, you guys passed the final trial of Despair City's secret realm very easily. That's right. We really have to thank Miss Ice Spirit for this. If it weren't for you, we might not even have been able to pass through the Devil Prison Cave Maze, Yang Dingtian said. You're welcome. This is what I should do. The Ice Spirit said, if there's nothing else, I hope you can leave as soon as possible. I've been alone for too long, and I'm not used to having other life forms around me. Alright, Yang Dingtian said with a smile, I have 2 questions that I would like Miss Bing Ling to answer. Speak. The Ice Spirit said. Yang Dingtian picked up the chess piece and chessboard in his hand and said, this chess piece and chessboard should have a history of several thousand years. Why does it feel so new, without any trace of time? What's the second question? The Ice Spirit asked. Yang Dingtian, in the Devil Prison Cavern, when the demonic phoenix escaped, you chased after it. You should have guessed that the demonic phoenix would leave behind a large number of flaming beasts, enough to kill us countless times. If you want to kill us, why do you want to borrow the demonic phoenix's hand and not do it yourself? With your strength, killing us should be as easy as flipping your hand. As soon as these words came out, the Ice Spirit's face suddenly changed and turned cold. In an instant, all the kindness on her face disappeared. At the same time, the entire cave was icy cold, as if the air had completely frozen. The Ice Spirit suddenly became incomparably arrogant and indifferent. As cold as ice and frost, high and mighty. These questions, can I trouble Miss Bing Ling to answer them for me? Yang Dingtian said lightly. Sure. The Ice Spirit said coldly, if you want to know, come in with me. After saying that, the Ice Spirit turned around and pushed open the door, returning to her room. Yang Dingtian followed. The Ice Spirit's room was resplendent like a crystal palace. Yang Dingtian, you're very smart. The Ice Spirit said lightly, that's right, this so-called Go game was made by me when you entered the 5th level of the trial room. Also, the so-called chess game was something I found in your mind. I deliberately let you win. Yang Dingtian said, I was wondering why my luck was so good. Why would a Go game appear, and I just happened to be able to solve it? What about the second question? The Ice Spirit said, the second question is because of the highest standard of the secret realm, I'm a person of the secret realm. I can't kill the guests of the secret realm personally, so I can only borrow the demonic phoenix's hand to kill you. Of course, I really couldn't predict that you would find the demonic phoenix's egg, which allowed you to escape with your lives. Yang Dingtian said, then, we're faced with the third question. Why do you want to kill us? Isn't this a simple matter? The Ice Spirit sneered. Killing you is my mission. No, this is contradictory. Yang Dingtian said, you said before that you can't kill us. So, you have to borrow the demonic phoenix's hand. Then, according to your understanding? The Ice Spirit said coldly. My understanding? Yang Dingtian said, you're not called the Ice Spirit at all. The reason why you named yourself the Ice Spirit is because I have an unforgettable name in my mind, Dongfang Bingling. Moreover, your appearance, temperament, and aura are almost exactly the same as her. You know, like this, you can make me fall head over heels for you. Good story. The Ice Spirit said, please continue. Your name should be the Demonic Spirit. Yang Dingtian said, of course, it's not the ugly demonic spirit, but the demonic spirit of the demonic spirit fire. You're the demonic spirit fire's primordial spirit. You and the demonic spirit fire are one. The 5th level's trial mission is to destroy you. Destroy me? The ice spirit sneered. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You've seen my strength. With just the 5 of you, do you think you can destroy me? The cultivation of the Despair City's secret realm is harder with each level. You're the highest boss of the secret realm, so of course, you're the strongest. Yang Dingtian said, but without exception, every boss of the Despair City's secret realm has a weakness. There's the Millennium Owl, the Negative Demon, the Illusory Void Demon, and the 2,000-year demonic spirit. Of course, as the highest boss of the secret realm, you also have a weakness. What weakness? I'd like to know. The ice spirit sneered. The first weakness is that even though the disparity in strength between us is extremely great, you'll never be able to kill us. The second weakness is that as the 5th level's trial opens, as the time for the demonic spirit fire to bloom draws closer, your energy is weakening every day. Of course, you also have something that can kill us. That is a trap, such as the trap in the Devil Prison Cave, or the so-called light screen door that just opened to leave the secret realm. Yang Dingtian said, behind that light screen door should be an endless illusory void. After entering, you'll be completely lost. In the end, Yang Dingtian looked at the ice spirit and said, do you think I'm right? The story is very interesting. The ice spirit said indifferently, then what are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to do as the trial mission said and destroy you. Yang Dingtian said. Then how are you going to destroy me? The ice spirit sneered and mocked. If I'm not wrong, the time for the demonic spirit fire to bloom is very, very close. So you're already extremely weak because all your energy will be transferred to the demonic spirit fire that's about to bloom. Yang Dingtian said, do you think I'm right? The mocking expression on the ice spirit's face became even more obvious. He said indifferently, yes, everything you said is right. But so what? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian, it's still too early for you to say these words. The ice spirit sneered, the time you came to find me is still a bit too early. There's still about 2 hours before the demonic spirit fire blooms. Although at this time, the energy in my body is only less than 1,000th of my peak state, it's more than enough to deal with you. Then, the ice spirit said with a smile, if you really came to find me 15 minutes before the demonic spirit fire was born, then I really wouldn't know what to do. At that time, I was really weak to the extreme and completely powerless. But now, it's really too easy for me to deal with you. After saying that, the ice spirit gently opened her jade-like hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bone-piercing cold wind blew. Suddenly, her entire room was completely frozen. Everything was frozen. Yang Dingtian's entire body was completely frozen. He couldn't move at all. Not to mention destroying the ice spirit, he couldn't even move a finger. He couldn't control the demonic spirit fire. Don't worry, I can't kill you, and I can't kill you. The ice spirit said, it won't be long before you recover. But at that time, the demonic spirit fire would have completely bloomed and disappeared. So, you can only watch as the demonic spirit fire ignites, matures, blooms, and disappears. The 4th demonic spirit fire in the world is only half a step away from you. You only need to gently inject some demonic spirit fire, and you can have it. Unfortunately, it's so close, but so far away. Yang Dingtian could hear Bing Ling's words and could see her. However, he couldn't move an inch of his body. Even his demonic spirit fire and demonic spirit fire couldn't be controlled at all. Do you know that when a heaven and earth demonic spirit fire blooms 5 times, but it hasn't been collected once? A fire spirit will be born. I'm the fire spirit of the demonic spirit fire. The ice spirit said, a year after I was born, it wasn't easy for me to change into this beautiful form. I have a life, a soul, and a mind of my own. Of course, I don't want to disappear, I don't want to die. But, once the demonic spirit fire is really collected, I'll really disappear completely. I'll have to wait for another 1,000 years, when the demonic spirit fire blooms 5 times and no one collects it, then I'll be born again. I can't wait another 1,000 years, so I definitely don't want my demonic spirit fire to be taken away by others. So, you're my mortal enemies. Actually, the 5th floor of the Despair City's trial didn't have to kill you. Just like you said, as the highest boss of the 5th floor, I have 2 fatal flaws. First, I'll never be able to kill you. Second, I'll be constantly weakened. So, the 5th floor of the trial was supposed to give you a huge boost in your cultivation. Because you're fighting against a saint-level expert. And you'll definitely be able to kill me in the end, because I'll be extremely weak. In order to prevent the demonic spirit fire from being collected, in order to prevent me from disappearing, I had to think of a way. So, I had to think of a way to kill you. But, I can't kill you myself, so I had to borrow someone else's hand. Also, I can't force you to do anything. So, I thought of a plan. The ice spirit said, I found an earth-level demonic fire and disguised it as the demonic spirit fire to take you to collect it. In fact, it's a scorching sun demonic fire about 3,800 miles away from the Despair City. There's a powerful guardian demonic beast there, the demonic fire demonic phoenix. I could borrow its hand to kill you. Moreover, what's even better is that the devil prison cave where the scorching sun demonic fire is located has appeared in your mind before. You've been there before during the spiritual trial. This way, you won't have any suspicions. So, I used the saint-level energy to open a space-time door and let you go to the devil prison cave. The ice spirit said, that's right, this space-time door was opened by me, not by the secret realm itself. After going to the devil prison cave, I used the demonic phoenix's hand to kill you. This way, I wouldn't violate the secret realm's rules and could successfully kill you. My plan was flawless. But I didn't expect that you would accidentally find the demonic phoenix's egg, allowing you to escape with your lives. My plan to kill you failed. The ice spirit said, but that's nothing, as long as the demonic spirit fire isn't taken away. If you want to deal with me, you'll have to wait at least 200 years. But by that time, your bones will have already turned to ashes. Alright, I've finished speaking. Let's wait here quietly for the demonic spirit fire to bloom. Don't worry, this stone door of mine is also made of energy. After it closes, your companions won't be able to come in and save you. Then, the ice spirit sat cross-legged in front of Yang Dingtian and quietly closed her beautiful eyes. Time passed, but time also seemed to be frozen. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. Yang Dingtian was sealed in ice and couldn't move at all. However, he could see and hear. He could clearly see that the ice spirit's powerful energy was quickly draining away. That's right, her power was getting weaker and weaker. That's right, Yang Dingtian came too early. So, she was completely sealed in ice and couldn't move at all. Not only could she not move her body, she couldn't use her profound energy either. She couldn't even ignite her heart flame and burn her chi si. Half an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. There should be less than 1/4 of an hour left before the demonic spirit fire bloomed. At this time, no energy could be felt from the ice spirit's body. She was just like a beautiful ordinary woman. She should be extremely weak. Perhaps anyone who came would be able to destroy her with a light punch. Unfortunately, Yang Dingtian was sealed in ice. Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua would never be able to break the energy stone door and enter. Then, the ending would be just like what the ice spirit said. Yang Dingtian would have to watch the demonic spirit fire burn, bloom, mature, and disappear. After the demonic spirit fire disappeared, the ice spirit would completely recover and become even stronger than before. Then, Yang Dingtian would completely fail the 5th level trial. Then, he wouldn't be able to get out. He would have to wait for the mirage to disappear in 10 days. But by then, Cloud Sky City would have been destroyed. The corpses of the people in Cloud Sky City would have already started to rot. It was as if the end of despair had already been decided. Suddenly, the ice spirit, who had turned into an ordinary woman, revealed a sarcastic and cruel smile. She said, "Yang Dingtian, your failure has already been decided. I know you will face a very tragic situation, but what does it have to do with me?" At this time, the ice spirit's beautiful face didn't hide anything. It was filled with cruelty and coldness. It was understandable that she wanted to live. But seeing Yang Dingtian's tragic end, she still sneered. That was the viciousness and harshness in her heart. "Yang Dingtian, your tragic end has already been decided. I really sympathize with you. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. The demonic spirit fire is about to bloom. You can only watch it bloom and then watch it extinguish. Then, you can only watch as I continue to recover and become even stronger than before. Maybe one day, I will be strong enough to break out of this cage called the Despair City and come to your world. At that time, maybe your world will be in complete despair." Ha 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 ha, the ice spirit didn't care about her beautiful appearance at all. She let out an arrogant and cold laugh. At this time, bang! Suddenly, the sword at Yang Dingtian's waist flew out and smashed the ice on Yang Dingtian's body into pieces. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian regained his ability to move. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the sword and came in front of the ice spirit. Suddenly, the incomparably weak yet incomparably beautiful ice spirit was completely stunned. She suddenly screamed, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is it like this? You have frozen my body. I can't move at all. But my mind and my spirit can still move." Yang Dingtian said, "Although my soul sword hasn't refined a sword's soul, it already has a life. I can already use my spirit to control it. Don't you know? That's how I defeated the Millennium Owl on the first level of the training room. But, there was a special energy that entered your soul sword. But after it entered, it fell into a deep sleep. Your soul sword has a life, but it's chaotic like a baby. It can't understand your commands at all." The ice spirit said sharply. "That's the spirit energy of the Naga royalty." Yang Dingtian said, "That's right, it was already asleep, but I woke it up." "Impossible, you can't wake up a powerful energy that's asleep. It's not the dark fire in your body." The ice spirit said. "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "So I can only use one way to wake it up, and that is to commit suicide. That is to use a spirit technique to completely kill my own consciousness and brain. My soul sword and I share a life. If I die, the soul sword will die. The spirit energy of the Naga sleeping in the soul sword will also die. It didn't want to die, so of course it woke up. So, I used my spirit to control the sword and broke the ice." After hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, the ice spirit was horrified and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. That's right, Yang Dingtian used a spirit technique to commit suicide. Moreover, he directly activated it. How could he use a spirit technique to commit suicide? It was very simple. Yang Dingtian had a few methods. For example, during the spirit trial, he could reverse the evil soul art and swallow his own soul. Just like how Yang Dingtian dealt with Wu Xingwen in the southwest mainland. Yang Dingtian was frozen and couldn't use his spirit energy. But during the spirit trial, he could still use the spirit illusion in his mind. Reversing the evil soul art would allow him to commit suicide, destroy his own soul, and turn him into an idiot. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know if this could awaken the sleeping spirit energy of the Naga royalty in the soul sword. But, he could only try. Anyway, if he couldn't get out of the Despair City secret realm, Cloud Sky City would be destroyed. His family and loved ones would all be finished. Then, he would suffer a fate worse than death. So, even if it was suicide, even if it didn't succeed, and Yang Dingtian really became a walking corpse, he still had to try. He risked it all. He didn't hesitate at all for this risk. Then, he succeeded. Sensing the threat of death, the Naga royalty's spirit energy immediately woke up. Then, under Yang Dingtian's control, it controlled the soul sword to break the ice, allowing Yang Dingtian to regain his ability to move. Then, it immediately went back to sleep. Yang Dingtian stood in front of Bing Ling. Bing Ling's delicate body began to tremble. She said with a trembling voice, what do you want? You should be completely powerless right now, right? Yang Dingtian said indifferently, you should be extremely weak right now. Yes. Bing Ling said with a trembling voice, what do you want? If you want to kill me, do it. Miss Bing Ling, I really just wanted to negotiate with you and beg you to let me pass the 5th level of the trial. I can even give up the demon soul demon fire. Yang Dingtian said, even if you tried to kill us, I can forgive you. But I really didn't expect you to be so vicious. Bing Ling's beautiful face looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you are indeed a heaven-defying person. You can even turn the tables in this situation. You are also ruthless. You actually killed yourself to awaken the Naga royalty's spirit energy. You win. Do it. Kill me. Winner takes all. I am willing to accept defeat. At this moment, Bing Ling closed her beautiful eyes. Her face was full of sarcasm. She sneered and said, at worst, I will wait for another 1,000 years. At that time, if I can get out, I will find your descendants and kill them all. You have successfully angered me. There is still half an hour before the mystic fire blooms. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, anyway, you are weak now. I don't mind torturing you to punish you for your previous viciousness. After saying that, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and lifted her chin. You are so realistic. You look exactly like a real beauty, Yang Dingtian said. My body is real. It took me 1,000 years to create it, the ice spirit said. Is that so? Yang Dingtian sneered. His face was full of evil light. Then, she slapped Bing Ling's face. It did not swell or bleed. Then, Yang Dingtian slapped Bing Ling's face a few more times. Still, there was no change. It seems that I can only use the most humiliating way to humiliate you. Yang Dingtian grabbed her long hair and forced her to kneel on the ground. No. Bing Ling's voice was full of anger and hatred. Yang Dingtian roared, woman, don't ever underestimate how noble I am to my friends and family. But, don't ever underestimate how cruel and shameless I am to my enemies. About 10 minutes later. Suddenly, an incomparably beautiful green flame was gently born on the candlestick. Yang Dingtian had seen this candlestick before. When they were playing chess, Bing Ling was holding this candlestick. This was the demon spirit demon fire, the real demon spirit demon fire. The heaven and earth mystic flame was ranked 4th among the 9 flames in the world. It was even more mysterious and powerful than Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire. It took tens of thousands of miles of strange demonic realm to give birth to this demon spirit demon fire. Moreover, no one had picked this flame for thousands of years. As a result, the incomparably beautiful Hualing was born. At this moment, seeing the birth of the demon spirit demon fire, Yang Dingtian grabbed her snow-white neck and said, woman, although you are the most beautiful woman in the world and were once the most powerful woman in the world, you are close to a god. But sorry, I am going to kill you. After saying that, Yang Dingtian's hand tightened around her neck. He was going to kill Bing Ling. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Bing Ling exclaimed and said loudly, I recognize you as my master. The demon spirit demon fire is yours. I am also yours. Don't kill me. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Chapter 424. Seeing Yang Dingtian stop as if he was very tempted, the ice spirit hurriedly said, "At this moment, all my energy will be poured into the mystic flame. So even if I survive, I will be powerless and will not be a threat to you. You have seen it too. My beauty and my figure can be said to be the best in the world. If you take me as your female slave, you will become the most envied man in the world. I can't be considered a human, but I have the exact same body as a human. You can do whatever you want. I will become the most coveted possession of men." On the other side, the incomparably beautiful and enchanting demon spirit Demon Fire was constantly maturing. And the ice spirit on the ground was releasing a shocking charm as she begged Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's hand loosened slightly and said, "Didn't you say that as long as I devour the mystic flame, you will completely disappear and I will need to wait for another 1,000 years to give birth to a new fire spirit? So even if I don't kill you now, you will be completely annihilated in a while." When the ice spirit heard Yang Dingtian's words loosening, she was immediately filled with hope and said, "That's right. The reason why I am so weak now is because the mystic flame has extracted all the energy in my body. And when the mystic flame completely blooms, my soul will also be completely extracted. At that time, I will really be completely annihilated." Speaking until here, the ice spirit licked her lips and said, "So in order to prevent me from being completely annihilated, please start devouring before the mystic flame completely blooms. Of course, this way, the mystic flame's power will be slightly affected, but the loss of power will not reach 10%. Just 10% of the mystic flame's loss can be exchanged for a peerless beauty. Don't you think it's very worth it?" Yang Dingtian did not speak. The ice spirit continued, "I know that in your human civilization on the ground, a beauty like me who is close to the number one in the world is absolutely devastatingly beautiful. My value is almost greater than anything else. So losing 10% of the mystic flame's power is very worth it to you. And I know that your purpose of devouring the demon spirit Demon Fire is to strengthen the darkness mystic flame in your body. Moreover, although this demon spirit fiend fire is a mixed attribute, it is somewhat indistinguishable between yin and yang, but in the end, it is more of the ice attribute, so I named it Ice Spirit. Therefore, this devil spirit Demon Fire is even less useful to you. Don't you think it's extremely worth it to lose around 10% of the mystic flame's energy in exchange for my life?" Time ticked by. The demon spirit fiend fire grew bit by bit, blooming bit by bit. The ice spirit was so nervous that she almost couldn't breathe. Her beautiful face looked at Yang Dingtian expectantly. "Yang Dingtian, do you agree? Are you willing to spare my life?" "Master, can you sacrifice 10% of the mystic flame's power in exchange for my life? I will be your slave for the rest of my life. I will become your most beautiful, most obedient, and most enchanting female slave." As she pleaded, the ice spirit's body couldn't help but twitch. "Is your body really the same as a human woman's?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, exactly the same," the ice spirit said. "I have the same reaction as a normal woman." "Then do you have a sea of qi? Do you have mystic veins?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, of course," the ice spirit said. "I have everything that a real person has, but I really don't know if I can give birth to a child for master." Yang Dingtian looked at her and said, "I am very very moved by your suggestion. Losing 10% of the mystic flame's power in exchange for you, the most beautiful woman in the world, is extremely worth it. Your beauty is enough to make any man in the world crazy." Suddenly, the ice spirit's beautiful face revealed a trace of joy. "But," Yang Dingtian said lightly, "for a woman without feelings, even if she is beautiful, sleeping with her once or twice is enough. And the key is that I can't take any risks. You asked me to swallow the mystic flame in advance, and swallow the demon spirit fiend fire at 90%. Then what about the remaining 10%? Will it return to your body? Will you recover 10% of your previous energy? If that's the case, then my companions and I will die without a burial place. Even if you only have 1% of your energy left, you can easily kill us, so I won't take any risks. Once these words came out, the ice spirit's expression changed. She thought that she had already convinced Yang Dingtian and tempted Yang Dingtian. Who knew that Yang Dingtian would still be so rational and cold after taking her body? Almost instantly, the ice spirit's expression changed. The begging, weakness, charm, and pitifulness from before disappeared without a trace. She recovered her anger and coldness. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Then you still want to kill me? Think carefully. If you kill me now, I can be resurrected 1,000 years later. When I leave the secret realm, I'll look for your descendants and I'll kill them all. Think about it carefully and see if you can bear such a price." "No, I won't kill you," Yang Dingtian said lightly. "Actually, there is a better way." The ice spirit was shocked and said, "What way?" The color of Yang Dingtian's eyes changed, and he reached out his hand to the ice spirit's head. Then, he suddenly chanted the evil soul art. Suddenly, the whole stone room darkened, and waves of ghostly wails and howls came out. The demon spirit fiend fire that was blooming suddenly trembled. Then, the whole stone room suddenly changed color, becoming terrifying and sinister. Following Yang Dingtian's chant, the whole stone room became louder and louder, and the cries of countless ghosts became louder and louder. The ice spirit's expression changed, revealing a horrified expression. "Yang Dingtian, you're despicable, you're shameless, you'll go to the 18th level of hell." Hiss. Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his hands. Suddenly, a snow-white light was pulled out of the ice spirit's head. Yang Dingtian used the evil soul art to pull the ice spirit's soul out of her head. "Ah!" The ice spirit let out a terrifying cry. Huff. Yang Dingtian's hands suddenly pulled, and the snow-white light that looked like the ice spirit was suddenly pulled out of the ice spirit's body, and then poured into the soul ring. Instantly, the ice spirit's beautiful eyes lost all their luster. This incomparably beautiful body became a walking corpse in an instant. The ice spirit probably never dreamed that such a powerful person like her would have such an ending. That's right, her previous suggestion was still to trick Yang Dingtian. If Yang Dingtian agreed to her and swallowed the mysterious fire when 90% of its energy was blooming, then the remaining 10% would still return to the ice spirit's body. At that time, the ice spirit, who only had 10% of her energy left, could easily kill Yang Dingtian and the other 5 people. Of course, the ice spirit still couldn't kill Yang Dingtian and the others. But, she could easily throw them into the illusory void. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others would never die, but they would be lost forever. Being blinded by lust was very tragic. Since you said that your body is exactly the same as a human's, with mysterious veins and sea of qi, then I feel that your body shouldn't be wasted. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "It's a pity that you don't have any mysterious qi in your sea of qi. Otherwise, I could refine you into a puppet war demon, and you would be invincible." Yang Dingtian patted the ice spirit's face lightly, and then put her aside. He sat cross-legged in front of the demon spirit demon flame, and quietly waited for the demon spirit demon flame to mature. At this moment, Yang Dingtian looked at the demon spirit demon flame seriously for the first time. This was the 4th mysterious fire in the world, 2 grades higher than Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon flame. Yang Dingtian had seen 4 mysterious fires. The first was the million spirit demon flame, the second was the earth-level mysterious fire, the third was the phoenix heavenly fire, and the 4th was the demon spirit demon flame in front of him. Without a doubt, the demon spirit demon flame in front of him was more beautiful than the mysterious fires Yang Dingtian had seen before. Of course, this was just a feeling, and it was hard to describe with words. However, the demon spirit demon flame in front of him was undoubtedly more mysterious and charming. The color of this mystic flame was constantly changing. Red, green, blue, white, colorless, and so on. It was constantly changing, and it was constantly gentle. It was really like a shape-shifting witch, and it was releasing a demonic charm. Time was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Then, the demon spirit demon flame left the candlestick, jumped onto the table lightly, and turned into a human figure. It still looked like the ice spirit, and it was extremely beautiful. However, compared to the ice spirit, it was even more mysterious and charming. Although it was formed by flames, and it was only 3 inches tall. No matter if it was her clothes, hair, or eyes, they were all clear and lifelike. Her skin was snow white. Her hair was purple. Her clothes and skirt were still purple. Even her pupils were purple. Yang Dingtian released a gust of mysterious qi, and he tried to get closer. He clearly remembered the scene when he swallowed the million-spirit demon flame. He clearly knew that the heaven and earth level mysterious fire was not something that could be swallowed just because one wanted to. It would choose its own master. Of course, there was only Yang Dingtian in front of the demon spirit demon flame. If it had to choose a master, it could only choose Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's mysterious qi was getting closer and closer. As if it felt this mysterious qi, the demon spirit demon flame also flew over lightly, and it tried to get closer to Yang Dingtian's mysterious qi. The two were getting closer and closer. As long as they touched and merged, everything would be decided. However, just as Yang Dingtian's mysterious qi was about to get close to it, the demon spirit demon flame suddenly flew away. Then, it began to fly around Yang Dingtian. It was sensing Yang Dingtian's aura, and it was sensing Yang Dingtian's energy. Yang Dingtian knew that the demon spirit demon flame was choosing its master. He held his breath and sat quietly, waiting for the demon spirit demon flame's decision. In terms of talent, Yang Dingtian was not afraid of anyone in the world. His 9 yang profound veins was enough for any mysterious fire to enter. However, there was also a problem, and that was that he already had a million spirit demon flame in his body. Therefore, the heavenly phoenix flame chose to reject Yang Dingtian. Even though it was not a heaven and earth level mysterious fire, because it had the aura of the demon phoenix, the heavenly phoenix flame had its own consciousness and learned to choose its own master. However, there was only one person in the stone room. If the demon spirit demon flame did not choose its master, it could only quietly disappear and wait for 200 years to burn again. Every mysterious fire had the instinct to find its master, and they all had the desire to find a qi si to settle in. Yang Dingtian bet that if there was no other choice, the demon spirit demon flame could only choose him. 1 minute later. The demon spirit demon flame stopped circling Yang Dingtian and quietly floated in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Its eyes actually met with Yang Dingtian's. Even though its body was very small, its eyes were even smaller. However, Yang Dingtian could still clearly see its pupils. Its pupils were actually constantly changing colors. The situation was not good. This was because Yang Dingtian actually saw rejection in its eyes. That's right, rejection. Then, gradually, this rejection turned into hostility. Yang Dingtian was shocked, but he did not know why it was like this. Could it be because of what he did to the ice spirit that offended the demon spirit demon flame? However, the ice spirit's will could not affect the demon spirit demon flame at all. In the next second, the demon spirit demon flame directly flew away and was about to leave. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that he had to give up on the 4th heaven and earth level mysterious fire in the world just like that? Suddenly, his celestial qi suddenly caught up and was about to forcefully enter the demon spirit demon flame's body. In an instant, the demon spirit demon flame suddenly turned around and released a dangerous and angry light at Yang Dingtian. Then, the flames on its body began to rise and become restless. She was warning Yang Dingtian that if he angered it, it would go completely berserk. If the demon spirit demon flame went berserk, what would the outcome be? It would be equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Not only would Yang Dingtian turn into ashes, but the entire Despair City's secret realm would also be smashed into pieces. Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and everyone else would also be smashed into pieces. He could not forcefully devour it. It was too dangerous. Could it be that he had to give up just like that? He was really unwilling. Yes, use the darkness mystic fire. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Then, Yang Dingtian awakened the darkness mystic fire and directly injected it into his celestial qi. Suddenly, a black mystic fire directly ignited in the air. In an instant, the demon spirit demon flame's eyes suddenly lit up, as if it had seen the most attractive thing. The darkness mystic fire, as the species with the highest energy level in the world, was a fatal temptation to any energy creature. Even though they knew that the darkness mystic fire was dangerous, they still couldn't resist its temptation. Just like how many men knew that a stunning beauty was dangerous, but they still couldn't resist and fell into it. Just like how many people knew that depravity was a dangerous trap, but they still couldn't resist falling into depravity. Using this opportunity, Yang Dingtian injected his celestial qi. The demon spirit demon flame only resisted for a moment before it completely accepted it. Boom! In an instant, the demon spirit demon flame suddenly jumped up and turned into a beautiful burning flame. Then, it suddenly exploded and turned into thousands of strands of energy that instantly filled the entire stone room. The darkness mystic fire quickly entered Yang Dingtian's energy sea and burned quietly. It didn't enter a deep sleep. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and released every entrance of his mystic meridians. Suddenly, the demon spirit demon flame transformed into thousands of strands and quickly entered Yang Dingtian's body. In almost an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire body and mind sunk into nothingness. He lost all of his consciousness in an instant. He could only instinctively swallow and refine it. Almost endless mystic fire energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's energy sea. After passing through the mystic meridians, it poured into the energy sea. Of course, these thousands of strands of mystic fire energy were also quickly dissipating. As mentioned before, the amount of mystic fire energy that a martial artist could swallow was minuscule. It wasn't even 1% or 1,000th. Most of the mystic fire energy had completely dissipated. How much could be swallowed depended on the martial artist's mystic meridian's talent and energy sea talent. The higher the talent, the more it could be swallowed. Furthermore, the most important thing about swallowing mystic fire wasn't how much energy was swallowed, but swallowing the mystic fire's soul and life, allowing it to enter the energy sea and become one's heart flame. This was the most important thing that determined a martial artist's future achievements. However, the current Yang Dingtian was different. At this moment, his energy sea had completely become a bottomless pit. Like a black hole, it was swallowing the mystic fire energy crazily. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know that the amount of mystic fire energy that he was swallowing in a unit of time was several times more than others. Because, not only was his energy sea swallowing, the most important thing was that the darkness mystic fire was also swallowing crazily. The only limitation now was that Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians were too limited. The crazy swallowing had already pushed Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians to the limit. Countless strands of energy crazily poured in, almost causing Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians to be torn apart. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang mystic meridians and had been transformed by Naga's mystic meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it and his mystic meridians would have exploded long ago. Swallow. 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 Yang Dingtian's energy sea and the darkness mystic fire were swallowing crazily. The stone room was originally filled with colorful lights and the energy of the demon spirit mystic fire was everywhere. As Yang Dingtian swallowed crazily, the energy of the mystic fire in the stone room became fainter and fainter. Time passed by minute. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. 10 hours. Boom. Boom. Boom! Yang Dingtian, who had lost his consciousness, was trembling and his energy sea was trembling. He didn't know how many times he had broken through and how many times he had trembled. The darkness mystic fire in his energy sea was getting brighter, darker, and stronger. Finally, everything was settled. There was no longer any energy of the demon spirit mystic fire in the stone room. A portion of the demon spirit mystic fire's energy had dissipated, a portion was swallowed by Yang Dingtian's energy sea, and a portion was swallowed by the darkness mystic fire. Rumble. The door of the stone room opened. Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, and the rest, who were already extremely anxious outside, suddenly rushed in. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes, and his mind recovered his consciousness. He immediately felt his energy sea, wanting to know how much his cultivation had broken through after he swallowed the demon spirit mystic fire. After his consciousness entered his energy sea, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. It was actually such a crazy breakthrough, such a huge breakthrough. Chapter 425. Before devouring the demon spirit demon fire, Yang Dingtian was a 5-star martial venerable. After devouring the earth-level mystic flame, Qin Huayu broke through from a 7-star martial venerable to a 9-star martial venerable. After devouring the phoenix heavenly fire, Song Chunhua broke through from a 9-star martial venerable to a 2-star martial venerable. The devil spirit demon flame was a heaven and earth mystic flame. Furthermore, the darkness mystic flame in Yang Dingtian's body was also frantically devouring the devil spirit demon flame's energy. How much did Yang Dingtian's cultivation increase after devouring the devil spirit demon flame? From a 5-star martial venerable to a 6-star martial venerable, 7-star, 8-star, 9-star, it didn't stop. Yang Dingtian, you broke through to the martial venerable. Song Chunhua rushed in and said directly, when we were outside, we heard a burst of thunder and the ground trembled. The situation was exactly the same as when Qin Huayu broke through to the martial venerable. Qin Huayu really broke through to the martial venerable, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. He didn't answer Song Chunhua's question directly. Because he seemed to have broken through to the martial venerable, and it was more than that. However, the situation was a bit complicated, and Yang Dingtian couldn't explain it clearly. Your Naga mystic veins are really domineering. You directly broke through to the martial venerable, 1-star 5th martial venerable, Qin Huayu said. When you were outside, did you hear the signs of me breaking through to the martial venerable? Yang Dingtian asked. Suddenly, Qin Huayu and the others all nodded. Then, Qin Huayu asked anxiously, what happened? What happened to Bing Ling? Yang Dingtian said, I devoured the real demon spirit demon fire. This Bing Ling is the fire spirit of the demon spirit demon fire. Our mission in the 5th level is to kill her and get the demon spirit demon fire. She's the fire spirit of the mystic flame, the ultimate target for us to kill. Qin Huayu said in shock, although I'm mentally prepared, I'm still very shocked. But how is it possible for us to kill her? She's so strong that it's suffocating. Yang Dingtian said, in the 5th level of the trial, if we don't make any mistakes, we will definitely win. Because the ice spirit will never be able to kill us, and she is constantly weakening. In the end, she is no different from an ordinary woman. Therefore, as long as we don't despair, don't make mistakes, and persevere in the battle, we will be able to win. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be able to eliminate her. It's a pity that we missed out on sparring with a saint. However, as a fire spirit that had lived for thousands of years, she already had her own selfish motives. She was unwilling to fail like this, and she couldn't kill us either. Therefore, he set up a trap and opened a space-time rift for us to go to Devil Prison Cavern. Then, he planned to use the magic fire fiend Phoenix to kill us. Unfortunately, we found the egg of the demon Phoenix, so her plan failed at the last step. Although Qin Huaiyu had already told the little princess and the others about this matter, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Yang Dingtian's words. How could this be? Sister Bing Ling is like a fairy. To think that I was planning to make her my lifelong idol, the little princess said in Vulture. Song Chunhua said, then did you defeat her when she was at her weakest? No. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, I was almost finished just now. I still underestimated her. I originally thought that she would be at her weakest when there was still 2 hours before the demon spirit fiend fire bloomed. It would be enough for me to eliminate her. Who knew that even if she had less than 1% of her energy, she could still easily crush me. She gently squeezed her palm and instantly sealed me in ice. Then, I couldn't move at all. Even if she was so weak that she couldn't even truss a chicken and I could easily kill her, I couldn't even move a finger. Everyone was shocked. This saint was actually so powerful. She couldn't kill me with her own hands, so she wanted me to watch the demon spirit fiend fire bloom and then extinguish. Then, I wanted to watch her recover her incomparably powerful energy. Yang Dingtian said, originally, I had no chance of turning the situation around. However, she sealed my Xian veins and Qi Si in ice, but not my mind. Therefore, I activated the consciousness in the soul sword again and controlled it to shatter the ice seal. Then, I subdued her. You killed her? The little Princess Vulture asked. No, but I destroyed her. I turned her into a walking corpse. Her physical body is extremely powerful. Once she can be refined into a war puppet demon, she can sweep through the world. Yang Dingtian said. That's impossible. The little Princess Vulture said, after she became weak, there was no profound energy in her Qi Si. If you can't fill her Qi Si with profound energy, she can't become a powerful war puppet demon. I know, but if I can find a powerful profound energy source, then our strength will instantly reach the peak. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu sighed emotionally, Yang Dingtian, you swallowed the demon spirit fiend fire. This is really the best ending for us. You gave up the phoenix heavenly fire and my profound fire. Even if we can't refuse, this will always be a thorn in our hearts. That's right, your nobility and sacrifice will always be a thorn in our hearts. Now, this ending couldn't be more perfect. This time, the results of the secret realm training in the City of Despair have far exceeded our best expectations. There are actually 3 masters, 1 martial revered and 1 martial great master. I am now confident that I can convince my father. Then, Qin Huaiyu asked again, Yang Dingtian, to what extent have you broken through? Yang Dingtian said, there's something very strange. When I swallowed the demon spirit fiend fire, I lost my consciousness. But after I woke up, I could faintly feel that I had broken through to the master realm, or even more. Because I could faintly feel that after the thunderclap above my head, my Qi Si continued to expand and break through. I'm not sure to what extent I've broken through. Maybe I'm a 2-star master. What? Qin Huaiyu exclaimed, the demon spirit fiend fire is ranked 4th in the world. Is it so heaven-defying? It directly allowed you to break through from a 5-star martial revered to a 2-star master. I don't know why, but I know that because of the darkness profound fire, my ability to swallow the demon spirit fiend fire is extremely shocking. Yang Dingtian said. Then what's your current cultivation level? Song Chunhua asked. I don't know. My Qi Si should be at least a 2-star master. Yang Dingtian said, but the strangest thing is that I can't use this cultivation level. When I fight and release my Xian Qi, it's stuck at a 9-star 9th grade martial revered. I'm very, very close to the master realm. Maybe it's just a thin layer of paper, but I can't pierce through it. Everyone was shocked. There was actually such a thing. His Qi Si was at the level of a 2-star master, but when he fought, it was only at the level of a 9-star 9th grade martial revered. This is really strange. Qin Huaiyu said in shock. I know the reason. It's because I didn't learn the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian said, originally, I couldn't even break through to the martial revered level. But because my Xian Meridian's talent is too high, coupled with the baptism of Naga's Xian Meridians, even if I didn't learn the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, my cultivation level broke through to the high-level martial revered level. But no matter how heaven-defying my Xian Meridians are, I definitely can't break through to the Master Realm. It's like a layer of paper sealed there. That's why this strange thing happened. My Qi cultivation has reached the level of a 2-star master, but my Xian Meridians are only at the level of a 9-star martial revered level. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian, then, it's very important and urgent to get the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Otherwise, your cultivation level won't be able to improve at all. Yang Dingtian nodded. Previously, because he didn't have the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian's cultivation level progressed at a snail's pace. But because he came to the high-level secret realm and swallowed the heaven and earth Xian flame, Yang Dingtian still broke through to the 9-star 9th grade martial revered level. But it was impossible to go any higher. No matter how heaven-defying Yang Dingtian's Xian Meridian's talent was, it was impossible. Unless he cultivated the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. By the way, Yang Dingtian, every heaven and earth Xian flame has a special ability. What kind of heaven-defying ability does your demon spirit demon fire have? Little Princess Vulture said, it must be very, very amazing. The demon spirit demon fire is ranked higher than your million spirit demon fire. Instantly, everyone looked at him curiously. Yang Dingtian said, take a guess. You can definitely guess it. Suddenly, everyone began to think. I have a rough idea. Song Chunhua said. Me too. Qin Huayu said, this is really a heaven-defying ability. What ability? Tell me quickly, don't speak in riddles. Little Princess Vulture said unhappily. It's not that she wasn't smart, but she couldn't calm down to guess. Idiot, what's the move that Bing Ling uses the most? Song Chunhua said. Ah! Little Princess Vulture exclaimed, jumped up and exclaimed, Ice Seal, it can't be, this is too heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian, give it a try, give it a try. Yang Dingtian nodded and opened his palm. Suddenly, a blue flame emerged from his palm. Seal. Yang Dingtian clenched his fist towards the little Princess Spirit Vulture. Whoosh! In an instant, little Princess Vulture was frozen and couldn't move at all. Yang Dingtian, the little girl's cultivation is too low. Your cultivation is similar to mine, try it on me. Qin Huayu said. Yang Dingtian nodded and summoned the demon spirit demon fire to freeze Qin Huayu. Whoosh! There was no surprise. A dark blue barrier suddenly appeared and froze Qin Huayu inside. Immediately, Qin Huayu was unable to move at all. Song Chunhua and Xiao Mu were completely stunned. This ability was too heaven-defying. One had to know that Yang Dingtian was only a 9-star martial venerable, but he could freeze a master-level powerhouse. This was too heaven-defying. The ability of this demon spirit demon fire was indescribable. It was even more heaven-defying than Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire and Zhu Hongshue's thunderous flame. Bang! Bang! The icy blue barrier suddenly shattered. Qin Huayu and little Princess Vulture regained their mobility. Qin Huayu said with a face full of shock, this is too shocking. I really can't move at all. Not to mention my body, I can't even control my mystic qi and mystic fire. Little Princess Vulture said, Yang Dingtian, I haven't played enough yet, why did you stop? Yang Dingtian said, it's not that I want to stop, it exploded on its own. Ah, why? Little Princess Vulture said, it's only frozen for such a short time, what's the use? Yang Dingtian said, there's no other way. Although this demon spirit demon fire is of the chaotic attribute, its ability is inclined towards mystic meridians. So, look at the icicles, all the attacks are of the ice attribute. I'm a fire attribute martial artist, so the ice of this demon spirit demon fire won't last long because I don't have any ice attribute energy in my body. Ah! Little Princess Vulture said, that's a pity. It's a waste to give this mystic fire to you. Isn't it? Yang Dingtian said, and among the 5 of us, none of us have ice attribute mystic meridians. Even if there is, it's useless. Song Chunhua said, high-level mystic fires will choose their own masters. As the 4th heaven and earth mystic fire in the world, the demon spirit demon fire has even more stringent requirements for its master. So, other than Dongfang Bingling's talent, other ice attribute talents can't get the demon spirit demon fire even if they see it. When you say it like that, I feel much better. Little Princess Vulture said, oh right, Yang Dingtian, you have Yang attribute mystic meridians, and you already have a million spirit demon fire in your body. Why did the demon spirit demon fire still choose you? It didn't choose me. In fact, it rejected me, viewed me as an enemy, and even almost attacked me violently. Yang Dingtian said, it's because this darkness mystic fire of mine had a fatal temptation to it that I successfully swallowed it into my body. Humph, you're so lucky. Little Princess Vulture was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and said, one person has 3 mystic fires, and all of them are of the highest quality. Yang Dingtian said, actually, the demon spirit demon fire also has a special ability. You guys should still remember that it's the ice shield that Ice Spirit used. Once this shield is opened, you can avoid any fire attribute damage inside. It's a pity that I don't have ice attribute energy in my body, so I can't use this special ability. Then, Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart again. It's a pity that this demon spirit demon fire was given to him. It's really a waste. Originally, Dongfang Bingling was the most suitable owner for it. What a pity, oh right, City Lord Yang. Song Chunhua suddenly said, when you were in the Demon City's Merchant Palace, do you remember the name of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art? Yang Dingtian began to recall, and said, I think someone mentioned it before. It's called the Yin-Yang Universe Scripture. Then, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped, and his heart was filled with endless hope and fantasy. Qin Huayu's eyes also lit up, and said, hearing this name, why does it seem like the reversal of yin and yang, yin and yang? Ah! Little Princess Vulture exclaimed, then after Yang Dingtian practices it, he won't turn into a woman, right? At that moment, everyone rolled their eyes at the little girl. This little girl's brain was really out of line. There were many men with Yin Xian meridians, and Leng Ao was one of them. Although he was incomparably cold, he was definitely a man. Song Chunhua said, if it's really like what we think it is. After City Lord Yang practices the pig-slaying sword art, not only will his cultivation soar, but he will also be able to control both Yin and Yang. He will also be able to use the demon spirit demon fire. At that moment, everyone was fascinated and fantasized about how powerful Yang Dingtian would be if that was really the case. Perhaps he would directly soar to 3-star, or even 4-star master. We must get the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get it from City Lord Kuei Si, Song Chunhua said resolutely. That's right, it seemed like the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art would have a decisive effect on Yang Dingtian. Alright, let's leave this secret realm first. There's only half a month left before Qin Chi-Chi's army attacks Cloud Sky City. It's very urgent, and we still have a lot of things to do. Yang Dingtian said, do you guys see any exits? If I'm not wrong, the exit should be at the end of the 5th floor's secret training room. We didn't notice it. Just now, everyone was concerned about what happened to you, Song Chunhua said. Let's go out and take a look. Yang Dingtian then led everyone out. What an obvious exit. That's right, the Despair City's secret training room had completely ended. The 5th floor's secret training room was a stone cave. It turned out that there was a long tunnel, which was the tunnel that Ice Spirit opened to enter Devil Prison Cave. It was originally pitch black, but now there was light. The tunnel was very long, and it kept going upwards. A ray of sunlight directly shone down. Originally, this tunnel was sealed and blocked by dark energy. It was impossible to leave, but now it was completely open. God, we can finally leave, Qin Huayu said. Qin Huayu said, even though this Despair City secret realm has given us a lot, I still want to get out of here all the time. If I stay here any longer, I will really go crazy. Everyone would go crazy. They had already stayed in this huge secret prison for almost 2 months. Just as everyone was cheering and about to leave, the little princess suddenly said in Vulture, "Where's Qin Ji? We were all talking inside just now. The exit here is wide open. If Qin Ji wanted to escape, we wouldn't have been able to find her." Everyone was shocked and hurriedly ran towards the main hall on the 1st floor. If Qin Ji escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. If she ran back to Qin Chi immediately and revealed all the secrets here, Qin Chi would make a move in advance. The consequences would be fatal. Moreover, if Qin Chi escaped, it would mean that everything she did in the secret realm was just an act. She would still be a fatal and dangerous person. Soon, everyone arrived at the main hall on the 1st floor. Qin Ji was already gone. Previously, she was leaning against the pillar and putting on makeup in the mirror. Everyone's heart turned cold. Qin Huayu's face turned cold as he said, "Chase after her. She can't run far. Once you catch her, don't talk nonsense. Kill her immediately." At this moment, a mocking laughter came from a dark corner of the main hall. It was Qin Ji's voice. It was still so enchanting and seductive. There was also the sound of water flowing. "Yang Dingtian, I've told you many times. Can you not suddenly appear when I'm bathing? If my body is seen by you men, who will be responsible for it?" Qin Ji said harshly and charmingly. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Then, they stood there motionless and listened to the sound of water bathing in the dark corner. Qin Ji was bathing very carefully. Everyone stood there, too embarrassed to move. Because if they moved, they would feel like they were peeping at her bathing. After 2 hours, Qin Ji finished bathing. However, Yang Dingtian and the others waited for another 4 hours. Because she had to change into the most beautiful clothes and put on the most beautiful makeup. After 4 hours, Qin Ji leisurely came over. Suddenly, everyone felt as if their chests had been hammered. They were hit by her stunning beauty and almost couldn't breathe. She was really beautiful to the extreme. She was so beautiful that she stole people's souls. She was so beautiful that she radiated light. This was Qin Ji's most beautiful moment. She was so beautiful that it made people feel extremely pressured. She was like a flame, like a flower burning in a fire. Qin Ji was very charming. She walked in front of Yang Dingtian and raised her enchanting eyes. She said, "Yang Dingtian, tell me the truth. Compared to Dongfang Bingling, who is more beautiful?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. He said, "The beauty of ice is unrivaled. However, when you get close, this kind of oppressive and burning beauty is enough to destroy a man's memory of any beautiful woman. He feels that you are the most beautiful woman in the world." Well said. Qin Ji clapped. Dongfang Bingling is very beautiful, but she doesn't cherish her beauty. As for me, beauty is my life. I am the life of beauty. I am burning my life and releasing beauty. We are different. Qin Ji said very seriously. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian. "Say, if I use my face and beauty to brainwash all the men in the world for 2 or 3 years, will I be called the most beautiful woman in the world?" Many people will think so. Yang Dingtian said. Wow, that's really great. It's my dream. Qin Ji's beautiful eyes were filled with dreamy light. Then, she directly pulled out Yang Dingtian's soul sword. She grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and put the sword in his hand. She said, "Come, kill me. You have to be fast and directly cut off my head. That kind of bloody appearance will definitely be very beautiful." You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.